I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a phase. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside.
Oh!
Wrist, you absolute beast!
不要是第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Wrist is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he? Oh!
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고. 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down from Eddie. The triple comes out yet again, and Bob in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
With that
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯意义的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. And then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flashes away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích off và gọi là mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn với đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
carry the darkness into the light. I'm a renegade. I carry the darkness.
김팬딩 챔피언이 두 번째를 보여줍니다. 회원입니다.
왕관의 무게. 지금 생각해보자면 사실 왕관 자체가 그렇게 무거운 물건은 아니라고 생각하거든요. 그렇게 무게를 느끼는 건 저는 본인의 마음에 달려있다고 생각을 하기 때문에 그다지 무겁다고 생각하지는 않은 것 같습니다.
좀 초반 템포가 굉장히 중요하다 생각했어가지고 맵을 넓게 쓰면서 파이크를 몇 번 해봤는데 제가 생각했던 대로 게임 흐름이 편해지는 것 같아서 이제 대회에서 기용하게 됐습니다.
다이브 당하기 전에 좀 그런 핵심을 잘 짚어내는 것 같고요. 작년 월드 때 나르가 굉장히 성능이 좋았었어가지고 자신 있게 뽑았던 것 같습니다.
바위 같은 경우에 이제 강제력이 좋다고 해야 되나? 그래서 그런 부분에 있어서 상대방이 이제 뭐 스틸을 하려고 하든 아니면은 싸움을 하려고 하든 그럴 때 바위 궁극기 같은 걸로 걸 수가 있기 때문에 그런 점이 조금 강점이지 않을까.
캐리아 선수가 파이크로 칼날비를 들었어가지고 저도 그거에 맞춰서 좀 압박을 줘야 된다고 생각해서 칼날비를 선택한 것 같습니다.
우리 팀 위치나 상대팀 위치가 좀 복합적으로 생각하는 게 많아서 어느 정도는 좀 계산하는 것도 있지만 좀 감각적으로 하는 것도 많은 것 같습니다. 세세히 다 얘기해서 뭐 그렇게 상황이 나왔다기보다는 그냥 제가 순간적으로 걸었을 때 팀원들이 저를 믿고 잘 이제 호응해줬던 것 같습니다. 작년 월드 같은 경우에는 증명했다라는 기쁨보다는 저희가 이제 또 다시 해냈다라는 기쁨이 컸던 것 같고 작년에 되게 어려운 한 해였다고 생각했는데 이렇게 마지막에 또 우승할 수 있어서 기쁜 마음밖에 없었던 것 같습니다.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Duncan. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand and see how your story ends.
이번 스킨의 핵심 테마는 무게를 견뎌낸 챔피언들입니다. 단순히 승리한 팀이 아니라 압도적 기대와 무게를 이겨낸 팀이었기 때문이죠. 이 무게를 상징적으로 담아낼 수 있는 가장 적절한 세계관이 중세 유럽 판타지였습니다. 왕관, 기사, 권위, 그런 구조를 통해 Heavy is the Crown이라는 월즈 앤 썸턴과 맞물리게 되었죠.
번개의 신 제우스를 스킬 이펙트와 미니나르 분메랑에 넣었고요. 변신했을 때는 거대한 느낌을 주지만 그렇다고 또 너무 과하진 않게 잘 나온 것 같습니다. 강력한 짐승 같은 거대 날의 번개 힘이 흐르는 모습을 보여드리고 싶었습니다. 월즈에서 플레이한 제 스타일의 나르를 스킨으로 잘 표현해 주신 것 같아요. 나르한테 좀 안경을 씌워놨는데 좀 그게 재밌는 것 같습니다. 제가 월즈 우승하고 트로피에 머리를 한번 찌은 그런 사건이 있었었는데 그거를 귀한 모션에 잘 녹여주신 것 같습니다. 와, 살아있네, 메가나르가.
말을 하지 말고 맡기자. 그래서 저의 말을 들으면 들을수록 더 이상해질 수도 있어요.
이 토템 목걸이에도 있는 호랑이를 디자인에 넣어달라고 요청했었습니다. 단순한 장식 요소를 넘어서 제 상징으로서 호랑이를 담을 수 있도록 무기 자체 디자인을 멋지게 해석해 주셨어요. 귀한 모션에서 유니폼물이죠. 꽤 걸친 형태를 제가 희망해가지고 제 아이덴티티를 최대한 많이 스킨에 넣고 싶었었습니다. 잘 나온 것 같습니다. 괜찮은 것 같은데요?
2024년 같은 경우에는 제가 디펜딩 챔피언으로 다시 우승한 한 해이기도 하고 조금 무게감 있는 그런 스킨이 나오면 좋겠다라고 생각을 해서 그런 좀 그림자라든지 되게 좀 묵직한 느낌을 많이 주려고 했고요. 팀으로서의 그런 날카로움 같은 것들을 좀 많이 보여주려고 최대한 좀 뾰족하게 그런 것들을 잘 살렸던 것 같아요.
저는 그 귀한 모션할 때 그 뭐 홀로그램처럼 그 추억이 나온다 했잖아요. 이번 워이즈에 좀 서사가 있었습니다.
구마유시 선수의 제안은 제작팀에게 영감을 줬습니다. T1 스킨 제작 전반에 큰 영향을 끼쳤죠.
저는 스킨 전반에 회색, 흰색 톤을 최대한 활용하길 원했고요. 디자인은 약간 유럽 조각상처럼 조형적인 느낌이 들었으면 좋겠다고 말씀드렸어요.
회색, 막 흰색, 검은색 이렇게 해가지고 여기 유럽이니까 막 박물관에 그런 예술품들 그런 컨셉을 생각해.
일단 개인적인 생각이라고 말해주세요. 모두의 생각이 아니고
전체적으로 이번 스킨 시리즈가 무게를 견딘 자들에 대한 이야기인데 바로스는 그 무게를 겉으로 드러내지 않는
이미지나 스킨적으로만 표현했으면 좋겠어요. 뭐 숨은 의미 막 그렇게까지는 안 봐도 돼요.
빨간색 느낌이 되는 게 멋진 것 같고 스킬들도 좀 세 보여서 좋은 것 같아요. 그리고 제가 바론스 WQ로 바론 스틸을 좀 했었어서 귀한 모션에 바론 피냐타 이렇게 터트리는 것도 들어가 있고요. 크루아상도 제가 맛있게 먹었잖아요. 그 요소도 잘 살려주셨습니다. It's good.
되게 간지나고 멋지고 좀 진지한 분위기를 나타내는 느낌을 많이 원했던 것 같고,
간지나는 마스크를 쓰고 있으면 좋겠어요.
멋진 마스크, 멋지고 스타일리시하게, 이제 또 요즘 사람이다 보니까는 좀 스타일리시하게 부탁드렸던 것 같습니다. 어깨 장식 같은 게 좀 뾰족뾰족하고 좀 높게 올라가서 이제 포인트를 줄 수 있으면 좋겠다고 생각했고, 무기 디자인도 더 날카롭고 긴 진짜 칼처럼 그런 형태를 이제 또 희망했습니다. 파이크가 살생부를 딱 펼치거든요. 그림을 자세히 보시면은 무슨 챔피언인지 이제 잘 알 수 있을 거예요. 파이크의 꽃이 또 이제 공 표시라고 생각하는데, 그런 표시들이 또 T1의 상징인 붉은색으로 이제 이펙트들 나오고, 그리고 좀 너무 붉으면 또 안 되다 보니까는 은색 같은 걸로 좀 같이 곁들여서 나왔는데, 제가 생각했던 것보다 훨씬 궁 표시가 예쁘게 나온 것 같아가지고 너무 만족합니다. 초월급인데 이 정도면?
이번에는 사일러스인데 여러분들이 또 결승전에서 저희 플레이를 많이 좋아해 주셔서 스킨이 나오게 됐는데요. 이번 스킨은 사일러스 스킨 중에 처음으로 양쪽 팔의 사슬이 서로 다르다고 합니다. 그 이펙트를 딱 봤을 때 되게 작정하고 멋있게 만들어 주신 것 같습니다. 더 어둡고 더 위압적인 느낌을 많이 살렸습니다. 귀한 모션에서 왕관이 불타면서 해방되는 듯한 액션이 있는데, 그런 게 사일러스의 멋을 많이 표현한 것 같아요. 제가 파이널 MVP가 될 수 있게 많이 도와준 사일러스 프레스티지 스킨도 많이 사랑해주세요.
2024 월드 우승의 감동을
팬 여러분들이
다시 한번
느껴보셨으면 좋겠습니다.
감사합니다.
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside. Oh! Chris, you absolute beast!
不要是第二名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第一名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord.
But Ress is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it, will he?
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데, 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고, 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the three teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào, thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down from Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Bomb in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Demons there though, they're able to catch the bird out of the sky again and blow it up. Absolute decimation. Jimmy and with that Emperor's Divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第一座奖杯意义的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Till the next objective, Maple's going to get jumped off here, and most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. And then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flashes away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích off và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn với đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải đấu LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our final night of the week here of the LCP Season Finals Week 1 playoffs. And a pretty exciting night ultimately, as Vikings will be going up against DFM. If Vikings do win, they will secure at least one spot over in Da Nang and Worlds for the VCS. But the last hope of the LJL, DFM, looking to stop them. We are now into our best of fives, making it all the more exciting if we do get to that fifth game.
Yeah, I mean, not only is this DFM's first playoffs, but it's their first best of five now in the lower bracket. And to get anywhere beyond this, they have to begin the VCS corner. And I couldn't think of nothing more terrifying than that. And it starts with Vikings, then you've got Team Secret Wales, and then Gov. Somehow it continues to ramp up throughout that run, if somehow the miracle does happen for DFM. But, I mean, you got to consider it. Statistically, throughout the regular season, DFM has performed better in most categories other than wins.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat true, right? But ultimately, I mean, you're coming into this as DFM come across your screen. You do expect the Vikings to win. I think even, honestly, if I had to be blatantly honest, I would say probably 3-0, unfortunately. And just going off the split alone, I mean, Vikings very handedly taking down everyone down in the breakout group. And unfortunately, because of that, it makes this meeting almost feel like it's kind of got its result already sealed, right? Like Vikings, they would have to fall quite far from grace to actually lose this best of five. Now DFM, have they been ramping up? Yes, absolutely they have. They have been getting better and better and better. Their last series left quite a bit to be desired admittedly, but coming into this one now, Vikings not going to be as strong as their last opponents in Team Secret Wales, generally speaking, so maybe there is an avenue for success for them.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, numerically, like, it's surprising. There are a number of categories where DFM are outperforming Vikings. You look at tower plates, average first towers, feats of strength even. They're actually outperforming the likes of the Vikings. Void grubs even, only by about 0.2%. But there are still these categories where DFM are actually performing. And if it were to come together today, there is a very real chance that this could somehow go the way of DFM, especially with how strong their mid-jungle duo combo is looking at the moment. Citrus and Arya looking like a completely different powerhouse force compared to what they've had in the past this year.
Yeah, I think the stats are quite fraudulent though, because unfortunately Vikings, they did go up into that contender group, so their competition was substantially more difficult than DFM's, who stayed down in the breakout group, and then they beat SHD, they beat the Chiefs, right? Vikings didn't get that luxury of having two rounds of versing the Chiefs. They didn't get that luxury to boost those stats, or bolster the stats, if you will. So the stats, while they may favor DFM, you've got to contextualize them to say, okay, yes, they do. It doesn't really mean all that much, though. If they can somehow find that and translate it into this matchup, then yes, very good for them. And honestly, I'm being kind of dire when I'm talking about them.
That's Team Secret Wales.
I'm being kind of dire as I talk about them, but realistically, they can win this, but it's going to have to be a pretty big step up from what they've looked like. And it's going to have to come, as you talked about, through Citrus and Arya. And I think looking at their last series, they weren't really showing here in the playoffs that they have that sort of ability against, I mean, it was PSG at the time, but it didn't, Team Secret Wales at the time, which again is a harder team, but it didn't really seem like they were playing as well against Team Secret Wales as they were against the likes of SHG and the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, for sure. I think the bot lane is another interesting matchup. On one side, you've got Karkun and Harp, who have continued to level up throughout the year and have looked more and more like a duo in the bot lane that deserves to be in this competition, but far from the best. But they are beginning to look like they were justifiably there from the first place, whereas you look at the side of the Vikings, and Zulong continues to be this really solid support for the team, but Shogun style switching in and out, they haven't quite found their identity in the bot lane, and it doesn't feel like there is much rhyme or reason other than, oh, well, this was a bad game, we're going to bring the other one and see how it goes. Their style consistently has put on the better showings, but Shogun has still come in and had some really good showings as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how that interchangeability works today.
Absolutely. We're going to take a look at the right fist bump once we are back, of course. Time for the games, our best of five. See you there.
Carry the darkness into the light.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, an exciting day, of course, as we touched on as not Team Secret Wales, in fact, it's the Vikings going up against DFM. The Vikings, really the gatekeepers for the VCS here. If they're able to hold steady, get the win here, as looks like they had the same issue you did, not unmuting the mic, but if they do get the win here, it will guarantee at least one VCS team making it over to Da Nang. And I mean, to be honest, with DFM and the gauntlet they have to run to deny that, it feels inevitable that one of the VCS teams will be headed over to Da Nang, headed to Worlds to represent our region. And it is exciting. All we kind of have to find out is between these 4 teams who it's going to be. Now, for this game in particular, DFM up against Vikings, Aria and Citrus are going to have to play such a massive part. But unfortunately, steering across from them, between Cardi and Guri, 2 of the best of the sort of jungle mid duos we have here. Very good at playing together. I mean, Guri, for my money, kind of that standout carry jungler in the league, while not necessarily the best performing. When he is popping off, he is popping off.
Absolutely, but I mean, it's matched by this new injection of vitalization from Citrus and his new assassin picks that he's really been sticking to and looking quite good. For me, unfortunately, I think the biggest gap is in the top lane. Kratos just a little bit better than Ray is at the moment, and I say that generously. It's quite a significant margin. I think realistically, Ray has really struggled to find himself this year, whereas Kratos has, I mean, always sort of been a powerhouse fit in this team.
Yeah, I think over the course of the year, probably the most consistent player for the roster is Kratos up in that top lane. But on the other side of things, Aria much the same there for DFM. And I think, again, we've touched on it multiple times now, but if they are going to find a win, we need to see success out of Aria. We need him on comfort. We need him being able to be a bit autonomous so he can find success in these games. I mean, yesterday, of course, not yesterday, the day before rather, putting him on that Orianna, very comfortable on it, but pairing it with that Neferi didn't find a whole lot of success. Now, I actually think the 2 champions do play relatively well together, but once you fall behind with the Neferi, it becomes a little bit more difficult to get back in that game, and we saw how successful Citrus has been on the Zed, on the Talon. I really do hope we get to see him on something like that again.
Yeah, it was a rough day to be in Orianna yesterday, unfortunately. Just whiffs across the board. But coming in, Paz, I mean, was just elated. Getting themselves into playoffs for the first time this year with a shot at potentially making it to Worlds. So you'd want to make the most of it here, and you can imagine going to the best of 5 that they have been doing their homework. And for the Vikings, a similar story. Yes, they have made playoffs, but it really hasn't gone beyond that.
Yeah, very true. I mean, it wouldn't be too surprising to see them get eliminated early, just simply because that is unfortunately for them what has occurred time and time again. However, this time it's probably the easiest of their opponents they've had on an elimination game in DFM. And DFM, I mean, they have to rise to the occasion. The hopes of LJL here for that roster, and SHG were not able to find any success in the past. I mean, LJL this year, while making it to every playoffs, has yet to find an actual win in the playoff series, and it's going to be down to DFM if they ever are going to do so this year. Paz, the brains behind the operation, as you said, just so happy to be here in the first place, and you can only imagine the emotions you'd see if they were able to continue that success and find a deep run into our playoffs.
Absolutely. I mean, even a single win, I think, would just do absolute bits for them going into the 2026 season. Blue side opted into for Vikings, coming in as the higher seed, of course. So they will have that option for the counter pick, will the side of DFM. But I mean, you look at it, for both teams, the win rate went ahead at 15 minutes. For the Vikings, a 90% win rate. So 1 in 10 games have they lost while they've been ahead. A little bit different for DFM, 75%. So there is a 3 in 4 chance that they can get over the line. They only need to win the 3 games. They proved that they can do it in 3 out of 4 times. So
yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I kind of think, obviously, here in the playoffs, Blue side just has a ridiculously bad win rate overall. I think it's still just 1 in 8, right? I think there's only been the 1 Blue side victory so far here in the LCP playoffs. So being on the red side at this stage almost feels like it's going to help you. Well, of course, Vikings
1 in 9.
1 in 9, even worse than I thought. So
no. 22. No, it must be 2. 9 games played is 22% Blue side win rate.
You're not getting me to do math in public.
Yeah.
I promise you that.
No, because that's close enough to 2 out of 10. So
yeah, there you go. Well, Vikings banning away the Nico, the Azir, and the Poppy on the side of DFM. The Yunara, Wukong, 1 more to come through, of course.
Nocturne. Like, there's just no reason it should not be Nocturne for DFM.
They're trying to get it for themselves, leave open something else. That's.
I mean, Citrus does like it, but it's the Vikings.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll jump at the opportunity. And also knowing that is what DFM probably would want. So opportunity now for the Nocturne to come through for Guri. If not, you can almost guarantee it will be picked up by DFM.
The response, potentially, if it is a Nocturne. No, it's going to be the Orianna. So they're going to deny one half of that combo, potentially. Pantheon is also available, as is the Talia. So we could see a Great Wall of Sparta trade, potentially. But I think, realistically, DFM likely going to want to deny the other half of that combo in that Nocturne, which has been just so prolific. And there you go. Citrus locks it in.
Absolutely. Now another pick to come through is the Corki for Karkun. So a nice, strong bot lane champion will be able to navigate that lane phase perfectly well. And it's going to be up to Shogun to see what he can do to match it. Picks the Jarvan here for Guri. I mean, it's good against the Nocturne in the sense that Nocturne goes in. You can sort of lock him up, but against the Corki, it won't have that much success in general. Of course, Kasa has something to say about that after yesterday's game too.
Yeah, that will go down in history as a very rough day to be a Corgi. But an effective enough ball delivery system. They pick up the Ambassador as well. So adding to what will allow Kratos to play this Ambassador a little bit better, having that set up for the public execution means it's a little bit more reliable to hit. Aurora coming through.
Yeah, I like it.
Could be for Ray, could be for Arya in the mid lane.
Most likely will be for Arya.
I would imagine so.
It appears very well with the Nocturne as well. While not the same as the Orianna, the fact that you can give that sort of vision control over to your team makes it very difficult to find where this Aurora can come through with that really big and teamfight impactful ult in the between worlds. So I do like the pickup. While, you know, definitely operates differently than the Nocturne Orianna, it is still a combination in its own right, as well as it gives that mobility against the champs like the Ambassador and the Jarvan.
Cyberband wanting to deny that away. Yeah, no, it definitely is going to be an interesting one. You look at both these top laners have played the Rumble, but with Cardi having locked in that Ambassador for Kratos, there is a potential that they ban that away from Ray, given that the Renekton has already been taken. It would indicate that they are targeting him out somewhat. Then, of course, you got Harp in the support role. So there is potential. I mean, looking at what you've got, Rakan bans make a huge amount of sense, realistically. There is going to be some Brom value as well for DFM, having been shown for Harp, but Xayah taken away as well. So they're removing those champions that get a little bit more security into the Nocturne. I don't blame them at all, but Shogun coming in for game one has a pretty deep pull in what they're showing. I mean, they realistically can play something a little bit more safe for him, and Yorick away from it. This is an interesting second round of bans. I would have thought that, you know, definitely the Rumble would have copped a ban against Ray. Yeah,
it is curious. I also think the Brom has a lot of value here for both teams. So, yeah, I mean, curious drafting phase, but
I mean, realistically, the support trades, I'd imagine, going to be Rakan for Brom. At least I think Brom goes to Harp. Shulong should pick up the Rakan just because of what they got already.
Well, you can also... the one thing I'm considering is, okay, as no pickers here coming through for the bot lane here, or at least the support role here for DFM, but you can just go Lucian Brom here for the side of Vikings. It's a perfectly strong bot lane. Obviously, the Brom does well up into this Nocturne. Instead, going for a Kai'Sa, which will pair at least with the Ambassador, and there is that ball delivery system, so you can play it as a pseudo dive comp with that Orianna. Rakan does come through. So going a different angle and does pick up the Rakan like you suggested, and it's a perfectly good way to go about the draft. There is
Unfortunately, I still think it's just a crazy value for Brom, for Harp, yeah. That plus, I mean, this is actually kind of crazy value for Blitzcrank as well. Just looking at it, there is no one that is going to be all that great at taking the hook. I mean, Guri the best if he can somehow get that flag and drag off, but no, it's going to be the Alistar instead. Not sure about the Alistar for Harp. I don't really think it is going to be offering them all that much, other than just being a CC engaged support. Yeah, and it's also one target less for the Jarvan, really, right? You can lock up the Alistar, but generally his headbutt will have that cycle come through and get himself out. So, I mean, it's not a bad pick by any stretch of the imagination. I do think the Braum went a little bit wanting It has much more value, I think, than the Alistar, really.
Yeah, I mean, same as the Rakan. I think the Lucian alongside Braum would have been quite strong. Well, either way, this is what they go for. There's obviously higher highs for the Kai'Sa later on in the game. Will just provide a little bit more damage generally than the Lucian's able to. So, ultimately, I think between both of these drafts, perfectly good coming through from the side.
What makes it even crazier, win rate for Brom for half is 50%, whereas Alistair has only had the one appearance and is 0-1, surprisingly enough.
There you go. Final fist bumps here after the drafting phase of game 1. Is that Aria?
I think it is.
There you go.
Oh, what a Nocturne skin.
Game, yeah, good Nocturne skin. IG Kaiser.
Oh, Shilong.
No, this is the Rakan skin I use alongside the IG one, but
he's a trendsetter. I'll give it to him.
Either way, skin game almost single-handedly won by the fact IG Kaiser is in the game. Again, I've said it multiple times, but that skin does just in fact do more damage.
And then we decided to troll with the Marauder Alistair.
No. Well, the Moo Cow Alistair is just the best skin. Ultimately, you can't go too wrong with Alistair.
I don't know, Marauder's kind of honestly. Elderwood much the same, honestly, just because he looked like Warwick.
Yeah, I'd never seen that splash until yesterday, and I couldn't believe how the face actually just looked like Warwick's face.
Yep. No, I mean, there is... Honestly, it's hard to say one draft wins harder than the other.
Agreed. Citrus at level 1 on the Nocturne in general will be a little bit stronger than Jarvan. Although while the Q's down, you are going to be missing out on the bonus stats it does give you. But so far, doing a good job of at least getting the small Raptors. Curry getting one. The Spine's going to come through, and it's Citrus that gets it. Not getting enough of the small Raptors, though, to get that level 2. Is still a very slight advantage to himself.
Yeah, we'll just be able to head walls and should get his 2 off that pretty quickly. Whereas Gary going to head down to his Krugs. Look to try and get something going.
Ray on the Cassante in game 1 certainly is no longer a game 1 champion like it has been in the past. Not quite the same level of strength anymore as one of those small Krugs going to be left. And I don't know how much it will matter, but the fact that Guri did not get his first camp, and it's such an odd amount of XP that both junglers are sitting on. We'll have to find out if it's the difference between him being level 3 or 4.
Okay. Citrus is anticipating an invade onto his top side. Where Guri is literally just trying to stay. Oh, Ray.
Oh, dear. Ray with that wave pushing in to Kratos has taken a large chunk of damage. Headed back to his base for his troubles. We'll have teleport to rejoin this top lane and continue brawling. Mid lane as well. Cardi doing a great job.
Okay, so doing all the auxiliary camps before his buffs.
Yeah, it does mean that the second camp rotation is going to be up quicker, so it does mean he'll get to level 6 quicker.
And it's all about that paranoia timing. You got to rate it. I mean, that is a pretty consistent part of his comp. Very top crab.
See if this guy gives him level 4. That's what I'm wondering. I imagine it will.
It should do. You look at how close he is to 4. Yeah.
Now possibly looking in for an invade, but there's nothing to find up here. We'll see that the
party,
priority of it is taken. Now, Citrus, does he go for his blue or the crab first? Seeing Guri in mid lane, I have to imagine he'll attempt to pick himself up this bottom scuttle crab, but Guri looking to contest it. Both smites available. Actually, Citrus does not have his smite. But ultimately, Guri's going to allow him to take it.
Yeah. I don't necessarily know if it was a choice, just not having that vision, not knowing exactly where Citrus was.
Yeah, very true.
Didn't want to risk it. So Citrus living in Guri's head a little bit rent-free.
Will be able to get himself the blue buff as well. Reasonable start for both teams. No one getting that big of an advantage. Guri will begin his second clear, unfortunately for Citrus. Camp's not quite up, although the walls seemingly are. as he gets closer and closer to that level 6 mark. Now approaching level 5 as things are. Of course, once you do get level 6 on the Nocturne, that's where you really start to find your stride, having access to that paranoia.
Okay, so it is just power farming in the jungle. Often we see a recall earlier than this, but I think identifying full well that Citrus has a clear game plan in mind, and that is get to 6. Lane swap has been initiated by DFM. Up in the top side, Karkin and Harp. Going to be looking to match into Kratos. Ray's already down, matching into Shogun. Too long looking mid. Will be on that ward, so Arya knows full well that he can't go much more aggressive.
Ray on the Cassante. It's a champ he's put a lot of time into, so at least he'll be comfortable. Arya going to be knocked up there by the Grand Entrance. Going to have to pop that ultimate and does get himself away, but a very costly escape there for Arya in the mid lane for DFM. And that's the exact person you don't want to be falling behind. Generally is that guy on the team that is most capable of carrying 9 times out of 10.
Which is a bit interesting given that he literally seen Silong clearing that ward not moments ago. Karkin left into the 1v1. Kratos has support here and the public execution.
I don't know why I always find it funny. Public execution goes wide. Great job from Karkin playing around the range of that ability. Hold up, bot lane. Ray, can he find? Yes, he can. Flash away from Shogun. Great piece of aggression out of Ray Farkey, using that all out onto the isolated AD carry. Kratos playing aggressively on the top side. Grand Entrance connects onto Harp, and look at that damage going towards the DFM bottom laners.
Both AD carries suffering a little bit here. Citrus is literally knocking on the door of 6, but doesn't want this, knowing forward that Cardi is back here. And could look to collapse and assist if need be. It is going to be Rod of Ages Seraphs for Cardi. So the mana build.
Yeah, what a... Oh, that's such a boring build. That is really a boring build. That means he will be tanky, won't do as much damage.
Junglers are both now having those 6s online. No flash on the Shogun, but I doubt Ray is going to be able to find another opportunity like he had that long ago. No flash for Shogun, so there is potentially a world, but I think given Shogun getting slapped around a little bit, it's probably going to pay a little bit more respect this time around. Long again lurking in the mid lane.
Very quiet game so far. Neither team claiming themselves much of anything so far, and remains essentially even. Very slight advantages, but nothing that's going to really tip the scales one way or the other just yet, although DFM going to be starting up now on the Void Grubs. Will definitely get this first one for themselves, as the Vikings aren't there to contest this one. And Citrus saving the flash, maybe trying to look for an extra. Continuing to hit away at this next grub. They can be happy with just the 2, but how are they going to play the fight? Because Vikings are going to be looking for one. Citrus would have to flash to get out the back of that pit. They're going to take the 2 and just walk out. Neither team willing to pull the trigger.
Absolutely. Command Shockwave, Flag and Drag Cataclysm available. There likely would have been an angle. A lot of damage, and Shogun can be there very, very quickly to follow up on it. Unfortunately, he's on the bot side, doesn't have TP. So, as much as Kai'Sa players would want, it's not a global ult. Arya.
Paranoia can be used up on the top side. Public execution comes out. Unfortunately, the tether of that fear is going to be broken. Well played by Kratos to get out of it, but is he able to get out of it? Almost impending death. Yes, he is. Enough mobility. Great timing by Kratos. He lands that public execution. It's spell shielded, so the CC doesn't go through, but it gives him that distance. The flash after breaks the fear tether, and that alone keeps him alive. So, looking in for action, DFM, but not able to find anything off the back of it. Do lose quite a lot, of course. Harp and Citrus both flashing for just that off Kratos.
Yeah. Right. Playing very well around that grand entrance. But this tower is being hounded pretty relentlessly by Shogun, who is having a slightly better time than his counterpart. The side of DFM, Kratos, well up. They jump in on him. Wow,
Yeah.
just the clearance is so crazy. Even with everything there, they just couldn't stop him. Oh, Mbessa, such a mobile champion.
You know what I wish? Well, I guess I would find very fun. As if in, slow games, you get to the 10-minute mark and everyone gets shoved into an arena. Kind of like, oh, hold up. Talking about arena, Citrus is shoved in just that, and he's going to be taken out. First blood. Able to be picked up there from Cardi. Blue buff likely to follow it, but Ray Farkey on the top side looking to answer back. Is it going to be a solo kill? Kratos has cleared the distance. One more Q. One more auto attack would do it for Ray, and there it is. Ray gets the solo kill to answer back, and now one apiece.
Oh, he's almost had Shogun. Now he's found Kratos. That very hectic dive up in the top side uses Kratos' flash. It means that in the ensuing action, Ray can chase him down. Oh, Harp, Hex Flash very aggressively towards the tower.
Not a matchup you expect Cassante to be solo killing in, but Ray, he picks it into the Ambassador and finds success thus far.
Yeah. Again, maybe just one of those matches that he knows so well, inside and out. And he's got a lot of armor plus that sheen, so he's actually doing some decent damage.
Oh, nice W.
Yeah.
The Pathmaker, fantastic. All out dragging Kratos away from his tower. He tries to head down the river, but the Q flash from Ray lands that slow. The auto attacks are coming through, and Kratos desperately trying to get away. Ray deadly accurate there. Crazy that the shield keeps him up through the Pathmaker again.
Yep.
Eventually does find it.
And not all that long after, Citrus goes down as well, so the timing works out pretty cleanly.
Yeah, now looks like Dragon number 1 going to be secured for DFM.
Maybe. Fury is still here. No command shockwave, so they are pretty lacking in that combat power. Cataclysm's coming off cooldown now.
Might just come down to a smite fight. Citrus is good with the hands. Knocked up on the backside is Cardi flashing away. Paranoia coming through. Can anyone get there though? At the moment it seems not. A lot of damage onto Citrus, and Guri in the area is going to be able to find that Cataclysm, is going to be able to find that kill. Shogun alongside him, but now knocked up. Between Worlds is there. Still the flash for this Kai'Sa does get him out for now, but Ray's able to secure that one. All out going to be there for Ray too as he goes flying in. Feats of Warfare picked up. Arya's the one to claim the third.
It's chaotic, but DFM come out on top. They lose Citrus for a second time, but he's just finished his experimental Hex Plate. They get the Dragon to boot. So I don't think even that doesn't really all that matter. Citrus finished his item when he needs to. It means that Paranoia can cycle pretty cleanly throughout the remainder of the fight. Oh, and it's gold in the pockets of Arya and Ray, who, well, probably not the one you wanted on, has just completely taken over this game.
Absolutely. Great smite out of Citrus. Tries to look here for Cardi, who did use his flash, but isn't going to be able to find him. And Guri very easily mops up this kill. Unfortunately, though, Shogun playing way too aggressively, just walks into 3 members of DFM, and Arya connects on the max range QE. And Ray looks even further. A great pullback there onto See Along as the singular auto attack out of Arya is what claims him.
Yep. First item starting to come through. Ice Spawn, experimental Hexplate, Leandri's done. Triforce a little bit off for Karkun, but should be coming pretty darn soon. With how much stacking he's done on that tier, Tim Romana follows up afterwards. He's going to become a bit of a problem.
Oh, DFM. I have to go back and look, but I'm not even sure SHG have picked up a single game win in playoffs. Kratos going to be looked at in the bot side here as Arya's in the area as well. Now flash available for the Ambassador now, and the shield is going to keep him relatively topped up. All the while, Cardi getting some alone time in the mid lane. And the problem with Cardi's build is it takes a long time for him to hit his power spike. It's 2 scaling items. Shogun, no flash. He does use the E.
Oh.
The combo misses from Harp. What a disaster.
Yeah, you can't be missing such a fundamental combo on the Alistar.
Was it not Sealong doing the exact same on Friday?
Yeah. It is a hard time.
But there's pressure up there from DFM. Has not netted them anything, and it's going to be Vikings in the river first to start up this Rift Herald. Now, there is the paranoia there, but no time to get in to the fight, so they are looking now instead onto Guri, who does drop down that Cataclysm, and Citrus locks himself in it there in the quickness, the grand entrance. Sealong doing a lot to keep his team in this. It's 1 kill picked up. It's going to be Cardi with that one as Shogun wailing away at Harp's HP. Does not have the damage to find the kill, but a 1 for 0. Teleport coming in. This will be Arya looking for something on the backside of that engagement, but too little too late. It's the 1 for 0 and the Rift Herald for the Vikings.
Yeah, I don't for the life of me know what Arya was doing there. He's such a massive part of this team's damage. If they're going to be contesting anything, he needs to be there, but he's down on the bot side meeting Kratos over a tier 1.
I mean, for my money, Citrus making the worst play of that, using that Nocturne ult into the Cataclysm, and Guri just gets himself out of there, and all of a sudden your Nocturne's flashing out, not able to find the damage by himself as the rest of the team also locked in that Jarvan ult. All the while Shogun and Sealong doing a magnificent job on the bottom side of it. Picks themselves up that kill onto Ray, who was 2-0-1 at the time.
Yeah, this was a
You'll see it. I mean, they go on to Guri, he drops the Cataclysm early because he kind of has to. And then, unfortunately, Citrus ults in, ends up locking himself up. And Ray, already using all of his abilities, even using that ultimate to try and CC Guri. It's a little bit squishier, a little bit easier to manage. And this teleport just takes way too long.
Okay, so that does explain why it took so long for Arya to get involved.
Yeah, very much so.
So well played by Kratos to stall things out. And yes, you are right. Not a single win for SoftBank when it comes to playoffs time.
Yeah, unfortunately, DFM, while when I asked, was in a position where maybe they looked like they could be able to do it, have now fallen behind, and it's only the Cassante that has a gold lead, and unfortunately, definitely not the champion you wanted on.
No.
Paranoia coming through, going to be looking up at this top side. Sealong getting low, but does have the flash redemption.
Yeah, you got to wonder if maybe there is an element of desperation now creeping in because they're trying to force these plays and it's allowing Vikings to actually take some onus around the Rift. Will net themselves the second dragon of the game there first, of course, and you look at the situation. Noxian Blessings have not been claimed yet, or the feats of strength rather. There is still an avenue in which Vikings actually pull this back and take it for themselves.
Yeah. Have evened the monster slaying and looking to be able to pick up the first of the tower, although maybe not feeling confident enough in it. As Cardi will leave that tower, Ray clearing out the minion wave. So just about Paranoia is going to be quite weak here on the Nocturne. Even the experimental Hex plate loses value when that ultimate's down.
Yep. 9.5 to Artican. Again, not likely to see it taken off rip, but crazy things do happen, especially when the stakes are as high as they are. Tower goes down.
One more objective.
Comes
Could be the
down to
Artican.
neutrals.
Whoever gets the next neutral will get themselves feats of strength.
Hardy, the level 13 has finished both the Seraphs and the Rod of Ages. The Rod of Ages still got 3 more stacks to go. It's not entirely finished, but looking a far sight stronger with those two now ready. It's an interesting state of game, for sure.
Sure is. Again, here in playoffs time of the LCP, game's getting a little bit slower. As I say it, Sealong finds his avenue in onto Karkun and finds a lot of damage as well. Does cost him the ultimate, but barrier lost for Karkun. Admittedly doesn't go down, so important for sure.
The question is, how much gold does he have in pocket? Oh, not quite finished that second item. It is fully stacked and ready to go. Down, but having the enough to just tick it over, complete it.
Right, as well as Harp looking now onto Cardi. Harp can find his way onto that Orianna, and Cardi does lose the flash, but again, we're seeing a lot of trading of summoners, but not actually much found in terms of kills or progression. Vikings have done a better job at playing around the map though, so half the time, nothing really occurring when Vikings are finding success by just being in the right place at the right time more often.
Charge. Just gonna go through.
Oh my.
2 HP in a dream.
Yeah. Well, that is essentially down.
It's a non-tower, yeah.
Yeah. That is not a tower anymore. All it is the gold has not gone over yet. That is all this signifies. But it will go down as Shogun trying to push this wave in. You see everyone on the sides there. Sealong does get chunked down to half HP as Arya continues to try and find him. The wrench is going to be put down, and that's going to top up this Rakan. Nice and healthy. Paranoia coming through, trying desperately to get onto his Orianna, but there's no follow-up, and down will go Citrus. Absolutely instantly. Cataclysm come through, looking for Ray as well, and he will actually narrowly live. As Arya finds one back, Harp trying to get one back as well. Fury very low, but Flag and Drag seemingly getting him out. No, the tower's able to finish that one off. And a messy, messy affair, but a 3 for 2 that does go the way of Vikings.
2 kills go the way of Arya. Unfortunately, I don't know how much value realistically there is in all of that. Oh,
Killer
dear.
instincts there.
Yeah, 4 for 2 now. Very much worth. Yeah, Ray just takes a lot of unnecessary damage. Arya, oh, yeah, just stopped. Just slowed down by Cardi, who comes and plays spoiler.
Yeah, pretty rough state of affairs now for DFM.
I mean, you just watch this entire lead up into the fight. Yeah, cool. You got some good damage on the Shogun. Shilong's dove in, but Ray just sort of sits around here. He's taking a bit of chip damage. Now he's down to half HP. Like, they've just woefully overextended, and Citrus says, oh, okay, this is the time. This is my moment. So I'm beginning to think that maybe there is a lot of desperation that is leading to these very chaotic plays.
And Ray narrowly getting out, but able to be collapsed upon there by Guri, who does in turn go down due to his overextension. And Arya, who pretty much the entirety of that health had next to 0 HP, ends up picking himself up too. Karkun, of course, falls right here on your screen. Drag number 3 on the cards. It'll be the second of the game for either of the squads. Ardakan also there, and the feats of strength will be picked up off the back of this objective. So we'll see if Vikings can find their way in to stop DFM from taking it, which of course they will be able to, but how will the fight play out? There is flash available for both Shogun and Sealong, and those are very, very important abilities here. Ray trying to find that Q3, won't be able to do so. Shogun feeling unleashed now as he goes forward onto this Jarvan. That's going to be the Paranoia coming through. Who's going to get this Dragon? Very low on the top side of things is Kratos. Down will go Ray first of all. That's one top laner down. That's Citrus down. And a 3-man shockwave from Cardi. And it's going to be the clean ace. Nothing for Arya to do and everything to gain for the Vikings.
Yeah, again, DFM feel like they've just backed themselves into a corner throughout the remainder of this game where they felt the need to keep forcing the issue here, and they just get steamrolled over. Too much posturing, and Vikings just bide their time, pounce at the opportune moment.
Trying to get as much as they possibly can off that win. It's looking like this tower will go down as well. Ardakan, Dragon, and in a tower. Game has fallen apart for the LJL team here in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, just look how much free damage Ray is taking throughout all the lead up to these fights. Look, he's half health, and he's not actually been able to contribute anything of merit because of the Cataclysm. DFM are just being red hand and foot. 3-man shockwave into a public execution. But all the while, Shogun is just free hitting away.
Yeah, Serpent's Fang picked up here by Citrus, so his problems of being very squishy have not got any better.
Well,
he is 0-4-0 on the Nocturne here in game 1. Woefully missing that combination of Oriana. Keep doing it. Oriana Nocturne. Baron now on the map, and Vikings, they certainly can take this at a rate of knots with that Kai'Sa. So we'll see if they do opt into starting it. You have to feel like the turnaround team fight that would come from it should just favor the Vikings with how strong they are. They have the Redemption as well as that Locket. So if they are low, there's more effective HP as well that can come through. An item advantage in its entirety here for Sealong, although the gold not that far separated. You can see it in the inventory, just how meaningful it is right now.
Second item now fully finished off for Karkun. So he, again, sort of hitting that spike. Unfortunately for him, he's still an entire item down. Shogun is just an absolute problem. And there realistically is no getting onto him either. Not meaningfully anyway, and Vikings are just going to start it off rib.
Yeah, Baron now down to half HP. Not as much of a response at all here out of DFM, and seemingly just heading towards this mid lane looking for something else. But with the Baron going down, they're not going to be able to find anything. Those last minions in the lane are going to be buffed up. Harp's going to be slowed down by the Ambassador. He's going to be charmed up and will be taken down as well, although he splashes away. Public Execution comes through. There's a Redemption there. Cardi gets the first kill. The all-out does come through, and down will go Kratos. This tower on 1 HP, but not able to find it here, the Vikings. Forward will go Ray. He finds the slow. The W's not going to connect, however, as Shogun is doing a lot of damage. The flash away, the knock up, the Cataclysm, the grand entrance. Absolutely everything, and Vikings will all but certainly take game 1 as Arya desperately sprints back to his base. Sealong not able to connect there, but is able to dodge away, and that will be Arya going down, and that likely will be the Nexus following.
Yeah, an absolute beating of a game there. Unfortunately for DFM, it started so promisingly too. Citrus gets himself some big prio in the jungle, takes away some of those camps from Guri in the mid lane. Things looking very, very good, and even Ray was dominating that matchup in the top lane. Just all for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, Ray having a great early game, but Vikings having a great game. Able to take this in 27 minutes, a dominating victory, and I think the best the most dominating victory we've seen so far here in the LCP playoffs. So 1-0 is now the score. Obviously this being a best of 5 means they still need to find 2 more, but DFM, as they head back to the locker room, are going to have to figure out something, because while their early game did look reasonably good, it came to those mid-game team fights, the macro play, and Vikings just had their number completely.
Most dominant by a whopping 17 seconds.
There you go.
Yeah, and funnily enough, it was DFM in that other game as well. So Team Secret Wild is taking a little bit longer than the Vikings to win out that game. But yeah, I mean, it just started so well. Things were looking very, very promising, and then it completely falls off a cliff around that Herald fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And so much is League of Legends these days. You take one bad fight and all of a sudden things collapse. But unfortunately, I mean, even ahead of that timer, it was, okay, yeah, we have kills in favor of DFM. They're doing relatively well, but objectives are going the way of Vikings. There's proactive play for the Vikings. They're finding invades. They're finding absolutely everything they could want, while DFM are kind of just walking around the map, not able to get much outside of a few waves here and there. And unfortunately for them, while Arya was strong, the fight that really broke the camel's back that you pointed out at the Rift here, he wasn't able to be there. And so the advantages they did have were just completely missing.
Yeah, very much so. So you got to hope it's a best of 5 rather. So there are going to be minimum 3 games. So you've got to hope that they can change something up going into game 2. Because, I mean, it's crazy to think what a different game that would have been if the Oriana hadn't been taken away immediately.
Yeah, I mean, this fight goes relatively well for DFM, while Citrus well and truly does overextend with no reinforcements anywhere near him. It's a great turnaround from Ray and the rest of the team to be able to pick off Sealong and of course Shogun before that.
Yeah, it's a shame it wasn't a rumble in the top lane. Galio probably would have got a lot of value out of Ray in this. At least would have offered some follow-up for Citrus.
Sealong.
Yeah.
Beautiful Rakan game out of him.
Oh yeah, I mean, he really did ruin so many of these opportunities for a turnaround. The quicknesses were just so crisp and clean. I mean, you see it here, just to get in and split the difference, drawing DFM into an overcommitment. And again, Ray just takes so much damage in the lead up to these fights.
Yeah, also just freely stacks Shogun's lethal tempo too. So he's essentially at max strength heading into the fight, which is not where you want your team to, or what you want to be going up against here. This one does get turned around slightly, considering how it starts, as Guri overextends for that final hit on to Ray. But after this kill, there's nothing found for the rest of the game for DFM.
Yeah, again, look, he just gets jumped on. They identified he's such an easy target to deal with. I don't know why. I mean, to be fair, you want to get rid of the Orianna, but this build means that Cardi is so tanky and so hard to burn through. Yeah, just a bit of a rough one for the LNJL.
Of course, again, as we've both pointed out now, there is still at least a minimum of 2 more games where they can turn this around. And honestly, it's something they can turn around as quickly as next game, right? Where the series up against SHG that we saw them bring out the Nocturne in game 1, they did lose that. They then bring out the Talon and the Z afterwards and win both of those games. And I do really, really hope we get to see Citrus on those champs again, because it's going to make the game a lot less standard for the Vikings, who, at least in my mind, you just line them up 1-to-1, nameplates on, you're going to favor the Vikings every time. So you've got to make the game a bit more chaotic. Stop playing traditional League of Legends and play DFM style of League of Legends.
Yeah, and I mean, it's worth remembering there is still that chance that not a single VCS team makes it to the live finals. I think it's a pretty low chance, but in, of course, 2 weeks, we are going to be in Da Nang for that live finals. 3 teams, all going to Worlds. It's all about the seeding.
Absolutely. Already having 2 locked in from yesterday night. It's PSG alongside CFO that are going to be there, and one VCS team has the opportunity to make it. Of course, DFM trying to play spoiler. Before we see if it's guaranteed to be the VCS going there, we're going to go to a break. Game number 2 coming up very, very shortly.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a phase. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside. Oh! Wrist, you absolute beast!
不要是第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Rest is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it, will he? Oh!
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào, thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet's really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down for Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Bob in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第一座奖杯意义的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. Then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flash away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích ớp và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn với đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
I carry the darkness into the light. I'm a renegade. I carry the darkness.
Game 2 about to get underway. Of course, game number 1 wrapped up very, very quickly. It was the Vikings taking it, not really to anyone's surprise, but you come into this one, we saw the Nocturne. It's something that ultimately Citrus has gone back to time and time again. But it's time that we get to see his Talon again. I really, really, really do believe so, because, I mean, he played it once, looked fantastic, and has just not gone anywhere near it again. Has been banned one time against him, but that's it.
Yeah. I mean, even the Zed looked pretty good. The blue side for DFM, no surprises there whatsoever, as we have seen consistently.
3 wins now.
Oh, beautiful.
To the blue side, so really racking them up.
Yeah. There's a chance that may be the last for today. The blue side wins. Nice to see.
Yeah, very possibly Paz there. Oh, he's going to have to have cooked something up.
Absolutely.
So I think ultimately, as sad as it is to say, there has just always been throughout the entire year a clear difference between those top 5 teams and then the bottom 3, I suppose. the entirety of the split, and maybe that can change over the postseason, but I just don't think that last week was enough to close the distance between them.
No, unfortunately. For Vikings, though, I mean, they've still got a lot. They've still got plenty that they can play, and I mean, again, there are still some very, very strong picks in that pool. I mean, the big benefit for DFM, they no longer have to worry about the Nocturne coming out for the Vikings. It opens up a new band for them. So they are less worried about that just phenomenal Vietnamese dive comp that we see so often. I mean, it's still possible, but I mean, Aria had so much to do that game, unfortunately.
He did. Unfortunately, when it mattered most, he couldn't be there. And again, that was, largely credit to Kratos for making sure of it down on the bot side at the time. Heading into the draft, though, the Vi, the Yorick, the Unara, everything we've come to kind of expect at this point. Barring maybe the Yorick, where it does sometimes get banned, but more typically in the second phase. And there we go, Azir against Aria. It just has to be, I think, if there's ever a champ that he's most likely to completely take over on, it has typically been this Azir. Now the Gwen going to be gone from Kratos as well.
Okay.
Taliyah
Pantheon available as a notoriously strong combo. Vikings potentially ban away the Taliyah.
Yep.
Wouldn't be very surprised given how proficient Aria is on it. Citrus, big old smile plastered on his face.
Always is.
Steadily locking in.
Hopefully the Talon.
Wukong. Okay. So Taliyah Pantheon will be available for whatever the case may be. If Taliyah picked up for Aria here, the response will likely be Guri picking up the Pantheon. Maybe DFM locking something first. So there's the Taliyah, taking one half of the Great Wall of Sparta.
Now, see what the responses coming out of Vikings. You imagine the Pantheon probably will just be picked up by them, being that it has been so strong and it is left available. What do you pair alongside with it, though? I mean, there are just so many options. You're not really forced into anything, particularly in the mid lane. Rumble going to be first taken. So now do you take the jungle alongside it, get rid of that Great Wall of Sparta pairing, and they will. So Guri going to be very comfortable on the champion. Citrus not going to be able to pick it up, and now, as sort of the tier list of junglers go, it has quite often been the Jarvan, the Vi, the Wukong, and the Nocturne that have been the most priority alongside the Pantheon that, of course, has been taken away through picks. Do we get to see it? I really do hope so.
Yeah, same. Unfortunately, I get the feeling that it may just be something a little bit more vanilla. Sion locked in for Ray.
Yeah, again, I mean, pick your poison, you're against Rumble.
Galio available. I mean, if they win something like the Talon, the Galio,
yeah,
having that follow-up would have been
pretty
crazy.
Nice. I agree.
Or even the Stead Talon interchangeable realistically, and how deep you're going to be getting. It's going to be a Xin. Honestly, I still think I would have preferred the Galio paired with the Xin's out.
Possibly, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Honestly, the draft's fine. The draft's
absolutely, but
there's no issue.
It offers just, I think, a little bit more in terms of response to Guri and that.
Yeah, but you kind of want to be that solo AP as the Taliyah, so it is nice to just have that. Varus going to be picked up here for Shogun. They do keep him in after game one here for the first time in a while.
Crazily well.
He did very well on the Kai'Sa. Made one mistake from my money around that bottom side skirmish that occurred, but other than that, pretty clean. Jhin taken away, so DFM counting their lucky stars for that one. Probably helping them out more than anything. Rise away from Cardi.
Unfortunately, there is still one champion in the pool that would be available for Karkun in that Senna, which has been his most played champion this split.
Yeah, can pair well with the Zinzal. Misfortune banned away from him too here, so
has completely avoided both Misfortune and Israel this split.
Good.
So I think potentially somewhat of an oversight in that Misfortune.
Nico's also just been completely missing. I mean, I expect Xiaolong to pick it up here if it doesn't get banned.
I think you
just ban it though.
Yeah, you have to ban it if you DFM.
Both the strong ADs are gone.
Oh, okay.
I mean, okay. Well, this is just going to be Nico.
Yeah.
It just is going to be Nico. I don't see what else you'd want to pick.
I mean, Nautilus, if you were just, classic.
Xiaolong hasn't played a lot of the Nico, but I mean, surely he can. And when you're in a position like this, I'd imagine you just do.
Imagine so. He's played the Karma twice.
Yeah.
So it hasn't really shown the Nico at all. 5 games Nautilus this split. Hui. Bacardi in the mid lane, so they're going to hold it.
Okay, well now this should be the Nico. In theory. What do you pair alongside it? Who cares? You got Nico.
Yeah, deny it away.
You can honestly just pair anything with Nico. It's just so strong in its own sort of kit, I guess.
Yeah.
Just so much power for that champion. Bard instead. I mean, Harp has tended to like the Bard, but... okay.
First most played champ.
I can see it. There are 2 very immobile champs on the other side. That Bard is exceptional at punishing.
Yes, but how many times have we seen the Tempered Fate?
Yeah, but how many times have we seen it actually land? I know exactly what you're going to say, but the game before it, the game before the game against the Varus, there was one that it hit every single Tempered Fate, and there's one that it missed every single one. So
no, I meant the Tempered Fate hits, and then suddenly the Scion is just screaming through and missed everything.
That was while Taki was busy focused on his dance moves, and we're back.
It is time. Geelong on the pike. It has been a drought.
It has.
Sivir, Bard, going to be the option for Karkun and Harp.
How do you even try and discuss this bot lane? I mean, if the hooks are landing onto Bard, it's probably a decent look in for Vikings. Sivir, of course, with that spell shield's good, but I mean, I think ultimately DFM, if they survive the lane, in theory, they're in a really good position with this Sivir, right? The support here in the pike doesn't really punish Sivir all that well, being that you have that hook, but there's the spell shield that can meet it, and there's not really the most amount of threat onto Sivir that is spell shieldable outside of, you know, Karkun horrendously mispositioning.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the problem is if Kratos can find an angle with that equalizer onto him, then suddenly you're worried about getting out of damage, and then suddenly Geelong comes in on you. So, I mean, there is an avenue where this becomes a very, very uncomfortable game for Karkun on the Sivir, but I mean, it has a decent enough answer into what is being shown, at least in the bot lane.
Yeah, I think this game is arguably hardest for Arya.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be very scary to be the Taliyah up against the Pantheon Pike. Mostly. I mean, obviously the lane itself is very fine for the Taliyah to navigate, but if he ever overextends without vision, then very quickly he can be collapsed upon by Geelong on the Pike, and of course Guri on his Pantheon, but we're heading into game 2.
Whatever was being said for Vikings was a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah. I mean, in tradition, in the LCP arena, the cheer squad always using the native language, so I imagine it can't be that easy.
Well, it sounded like it was, because obviously it's MVKE Vikings, isn't it? I think that's what it sounded like. So they were given the whole name, the government name.
Yeah. I got ganked by yours.
Yeah, no, just MGN Vikings Esports. There you go. Yeah, so it's just the full government name.
Starting up on the top side here, Citrus looking to possibly assist his bottom lane early on. Will be matched by Guri though on this Pantheon. Both junglers headed that direction. Should be Pantheon slightly faster on the clear, but Citrus, with how he's kiting this camp, seemingly willing to skip the rest of his top side and just head straight back.
He's got a ward on it, so we'll know.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay. How does that land then?
He's played enough Nautilus that he's figured out how to lollipop the pike hook.
Great land. Piercing arrow going to come through. Connects onto Karkun as well. Halo Blades this game for Shogun, so won't have that innate poke with the Arcane Comet, but a little bit more power in those short trades.
Yep. Okay, again. Wolves, Raptors, Krugs. Be interesting to see what Prio was then there, because again, second game in a row where Citrus has prioritized the auxiliary camps.
Oh dear.
The red. Oh yeah, okay.
Kratos is overheated. Overheated rather, and completely bet down Ray, but luckily, Doran Shield second win. A hell of a combo for the lane phase. Good sidestep. Could have actually been a possible death there for Ray, or at least a flash if he did get caught by that harpoon.
Okay. So Citrus now back to blue. No, Grom into blue. And then into topside crab. Potentially reading into the pathing from Guri, wanting to avoid ending up in the same lane. Whatever the case may be, it's an early lane swap.
Yeah, I think also in part the reason he did that pathing is to allow Karkun and Harp to, without risk, push in that lane and look for this lane swap.
Yeah.
Right? Because if Guri's down there and he's not, when they are pushing it that way very hard, it can become very volatile down there. So the fact that Citrus makes sure he's going to be at that bot lane at least at the same time as Guri.
This might be an angle for a play onto topside.
It could be.
No, they're heading back towards Raptors in Guri's jungle.
Gonna spot him out. Now with the support being here, Sealong trying to get there as well. Arya though jumped onto the mid lane. Flash is gonna come through. The Bone Skewer is still there for Sealong. And Citrus finds his way in, but not gonna connect on that Q.
I don't know if Arya necessarily needed a flash there, but better safe than sorry. Cardi's already burnt his, so both summoners down for mid laners. Lane's looking to equalize. Kratos was recalling there, but looks like Karkun stopped it, but you can... Oh, okay, no. So Shogun was going to be heading top, so they were going to match the lane swap. But off that recall being stopped, Shogun instead has headed back bottom.
Yeah, interesting. I think probably the correct decision. Ultimately, between these two top laners, the Scion and the Rumble, they're both very good at dealing with 2v1s.
Yeah.
Some of the better champions in that top lane.
I mean, that's why Scion was the bigger, the prio pick in the lane swap meta and the season kickoff.
That and Ambessa.
Yeah, they just handled them so well.
For sure. Scion would be able to live the tower dive. Oh, well, I mean, not actually. He'll die and then catch the wave.
Yeah.
And Ambessa would kill everyone.
Yeah, it was
shocking.
And it's still happening.
It was shocking just how often we'd see 4 people dive at Ambessa, should kill someone and live.
Yeah. And she still does.
What do you think we've seen more of in the LCP?
Oh, the ricochet.
Between that and Arakan throws. Because it's a close.
Oh, yeah.
This is kind of the same as more wheels, more doors, you know?
Yep.
It's a similar argument, I think. There's a lot of damage going to come down to Ray, but he's going to be able to, if he would like to, recall and teleport back. Lane state in an absolutely terrible position for him.
Yep. Vikings holding it in a phenomenal position. No, okay, so it's just going to be the lanes matching up once again. Ray still not 6. Almost clear, getting close to a level and a half behind at the moment. Oh, Arya.
Arya, no flash. This is the most dead Talia I've seen in my life, as that Spiraling Despair will come down and claim him. Citrus having a flash away and no stun from Guri means he is going to be able to get himself away. But still, a nice early kill found for the Vikings. And looking to get themselves one step closer to having their matchup up against Team Secret Wales. But more importantly for them, guaranteeing a spot for the VCS in Da Nang. Now, actually something we haven't touched on, and while it never really, it was kind of a lingering thought in the back of your mind that you didn't actually have to pay too much attention to, but with yesterday's games and how they went, there is now no longer a chance for DFM to go into relegations. It would have required Vikings and Team Secret Wales to make Worlds, and then it would have been DFM playing for the regional...
Merit.
Merit, that's it. I was looking for the word. Regional Merit spot, but because it's not possible for them both to be there, now DFM are safe for 2026.
Speaking of safe, it's
deservedly
anything but in the mid lane. Look at the lead that was there for Cardi, and that's even before the kill happened on Daria. Not necessarily how you'd expect that to go. Talia, a pretty phenomenal farmer in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's enlarged because of that flash being lost early on. It's very hard to play aggressively, even as the Talia, when you are down that flash summoner against certain champions, and Pantheon Hui would be a combination that you are going to be scared of.
Absolutely.
Now, Citrus in the bottom lane, not really able to find much of anything so far in this series.
Yeah, unfortunately. Hurry up. And, oh, yeah, the solo lane is just looking a bit bleak at the moment for the side of DFM, which is hugely contrasting given how that last game went for Ray.
Absolutely. The wet noodle fight up top. It's so classic.
Absolutely. Silong on the pike, he really has been a menace on this champion in the few appearances it's had this year.
For sure. Oh dear. Just slow, natural progression for the Vikings. I think realizing they don't really need to do anything too spectacular. They're able to find just superior map movement, and that's how they keep finding themselves with advantages. 2K.
Hey. Oh, look, he got both of them. Yeah, I don't know, it just feels like Vikings will continue to just slowly bleed DFM out of this series.
Do you remember old Rek'Sai ult, where it was just like ult to one of your tunnels somewhere on the map? And how people used to call that farm alarm?
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, now that that's gone, and back then Sion wasn't really picked all that much. He just wasn't that strong. There were just other, other options that were stronger. I think now Sion ult has become the farm alarm.
It really is. It is the new farm alarm.
Not as screechy and not as fast either. Rek'Sai would actually just
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
Things.
How quickly she got back out.
Yeah, you just could. That's why it got changed too. Is you just got to cheat tempo so egregious that like no champ in the game could keep up with how fast Rek'Sai could, clear camps and then get back onto the map immediately to punish you trying to clear yours.
Oh, yeah.
Dragon number 1 for the Vikings. It's been a slow series in terms of the Dragons. Obviously, here at 10 minutes does mean that a 30-minute Dragon Soul would be the quickest it could come through. But nonetheless, Vikings will claim it. It's extra stats for them that would otherwise go missing.
Yeah, unfortunately for Arya, he kind of needs to go and play a side lane, which just isn't all that good because there's a Pantheon and a Pike in play.
Yeah, it's very difficult to play side lanes this game. As is generally the case with any champion that goes invisible, you need so much setup with the pink wards to actually be able to spot people out, and a good Tempered Fate. Gonna get the flash away from Cardi there in the picture-in-picture.
Yeah, I just not feeling overwhelming confident that DFM's draft will survive it to the late stages of the game where Karkun, okay. Belly out of the lane wood from Cardi as Arya comes in to try and start farming again, only to get sniped. And Sulong.
Yeah, Bone Skewer, gonna miss. I wonder what shoes Shogun's gonna be wearing this game, because I mean, the last time we've seen Bards into Varus, it's been very, very different affairs where, again, I mean, I touched on in Champ Select, you either get hit by everything or just get out of everything, and there's a very, very slim margin of error between the two. So going to have to be on his feet this game is Shogun.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of targets for Harp with that Tempered Fate. Shogun is not the only target that you will be wanting to look to take out of a fight, especially given how things are going for Cardi in the mid lane. And same for Kratos. Sort of sport for choice. Oh dear.
Yeah. Yomu's online, and there we go.
0-2.
Well, not really. I would call this 2-0. From the fact that both flashes from the immobile carries are now gone, and Tempered Fate's going to be up well before they're there.
Yeah, but which game was it? We just saw the exact same thing happening. Oh, it was the Oriana game.
Yeah, but this is much better.
Oh, absolutely.
This is a win.
Absolutely.
We cannot critique Harp's tempered fates of what's happened. He has done a very good job. Unfortunately, I don't really see DFM punishing it. It might be Harp having to do so, and could be here as Cardi does not have that flash. He's stunned up. That Cosmic Binding did a 180-degree turn, but in will come that Grand Skyfall as Guri comes to the play. Sealong much the same, but the Bone Skewer once again will miss.
Yeah.
Still, nonetheless, again, Harp being proactive, trying to be that difference maker here for DFM, and a very, very good game out of him thus far.
Absolutely. But the problem being is there's just going to be so much momentum around the rift for Sealong. Oh, the farm alarm into the mid lane.
Yeah. Not finding much.
Well, the Weavers will cut him off coming straight up the river anyway.
Yeah.
And all the while, Kratos is just performing surgery on this tower.
And again, I mean, DFM, they're trying to do things, but it's still Vikings winning out in terms of that macro, in terms of that gold. Essentially just naturally, you've got a slim timer now to try and punish Cardi's flash, a longer one for Shoguns.
Very much so. 10 for 8 back online. Real tools. I mean, unfortunately for Citrus, he just has not had a look in this game at all. Oh, it's warded Arya. It's warded Arya.
Oh dear.
It's warded Arya. Oh dear.
Recall attempt number 4.
Oh.
And this time the wave arrives, so ultimately is going to be denied that recall. Is Harp found, but doesn't manage to get down that magical journey and makes his way through it.
Oh, no.
Tempered Fate this time does go completely wide, but Citrus has found his way on to Cardi. Still no flash here for the way. Will be up very, very shortly, but Guri coming in finds a massive chunk of damage onto Citrus as Karkun trying to find an avenue into this fight will not be able to find so. Equalizer comes down, flash away from Citrus. Vikings still rampaging on forward. No kills going either way thus far as Ray just staying alone in that bot side, completely ignorant of what's going on up here. And luckily for him, no one going down for the time being, although resets could quickly come through for this Pyke.
Yeah, there was some very low health bars. Now, unfortunately, Kratos does not have the farm alarm. Near enough, as he will just be spouting voice lines on his way to the spot lane. Very narrowly avoid disaster, but Vikings take the pry off the back of it and will take this Herald for themselves. Tempered Fate, a little bit panicky there from Harp, unfortunately.
Yeah, just off the mark. However, Chains of Corruption will not be. Lands straight onto Arya as Karkun finds a decent boomerang blade. This is going to be Talia coming in. A good Weaver's Wall. Guri cut off from the rest of his team is going to have to flash over. And so many Psalms being used so consistently, but not a whole lot found when it comes to those kills. Both teams on a nice edge consistently throughout this one.
Oh, Sealong. A little bit harder to get through the Scion for him, but it has just been a sort of a game of cat and mouse of who can get the most damage on a tower in a side lane before they're punished.
I feel like we have to start entering golf commentary. 10 minutes in the future was when this game ended in game 1.
Yep.
And admittedly, it was a slow start to that one too, and all just kind of explodes at once, which is kind of the theme of what we've been seeing recently. Certainly happened in the PSG games yesterday.
Oh, juked. Okay, second item, Infinity Edge. So a slightly different approach than we've seen out of the Civers so far this split. Usually it's Essence Reaver into the Flicker Blades. Seems Karkin is just completely bypassing that.
Yeah, just going damage, that's what we like to see. Flicker Blades gives you that more uptime, but with the IE, you will clear out the minion wave quicker. So
yeah, unfortunately, someone has to. Actually, both teams have some alright wave clear. It's not like they are lacking it by any stretch.
Absolutely not. Panda, at the conclusion of this series, we are 3 best of 5s away from going to Da Nang.
It's crazy to think about.
How crazy is that?
Well, if you think about it even deeper, 2 weeks from right now, we will see in the middle of that grand final. Citrus.
Citrus going to be jumped on. Spyro just be doing a lot of damage. He is blocking a bit with that ultimate though, and he has found, unfortunately, no one there to back him up. Harp not willing to drop that Tempered Fate to save him or buy him a little bit of extra time, and now Dragon on the cards. Rift Herald goes down, and the mid lane tower is going to be broken open. Vikings now finding a little bit more pressure in this game.
Oh, debated. Round 2. Oh. Oh, Shelly. It is a hard life.
Should be Dragon for Vikings, though. It's going to be started up for Guri. Wait! Oh my lord, Ray. Almost gets himself a solo kill, but despite not, he is going to get the flash away from Cardi, so it is a big win. The unfortunate thing is the wins for DFM haven't turned into much, whereas Vikings have actually been accumulating gold and objectives.
For sure. Seraph's finished up now for Aria. Will they be able to take this tower up in the top side? Probably. Unfortunately, the equalizer is there. The teleport as well. Oh, Silong.
Oh, this could be dangerous for Silong, and maybe a lapse of judgment does get slowed up by Harp. Equalizer could keep him alive.
Oh, no,
the
yes.
cosmic binding and the fade away from Karkun gets themselves one. You see the smile on Silong's face. He knows what he just did.
Classic Pike shenanigans. And it did cost them the equalizer as well. So not going to have that for the next wee while. Not that there is a heck of a lot to be lost without it. Artikan is live. That's about it.
Tempered Fate going down. Remember, Cardi no flash anymore. Is going to get Cosmic Binded, and Harp well and truly is quickly becoming the difference maker here in game 2. Shutdown picked up. Aria able to secure that for himself. And Harp having a really good game for himself here on the Bard.
Yep.
And this teleport. Bring Cardi up there. Of course, I mean, Silong just a bit of happy gaming, I think is what you'd call it.
Classic support shenanigans. I saw a kill. The Bloodlust took over and I don't know what happened.
Unbound at last. As Yadakan will join us here on the Rift for game 2. And something found for DFM is going to feel pretty decent for them, but unfortunately the feats of strength do go the way of the Vikings, and gold ever so slightly in their favor, although brought back for sure for DFM after on the back of those 2 kills. And importantly, Karkun with a lead for himself now on this Sivir. Should have Infinity Edge nearly, if not already completed when he gets back to base.
I would have thought so with that kill picked up.
Me too.
So realistically it should be, and then unfortunately, once again, oh no, there we go. He does get back to Fountain. Infinity Edge done. Question being is then where does he transition to?
Bit of attack speed almost only. Ray going to use that ultimate. Great job. Able to stop that CC. Keeps the majority of his HP intact.
Oh, the joy. If that was me, unfortunately, my ult would have clipped Pantheon somehow.
Well, if it was me, I would have just driven it the wrong direction. Great sidestep from Shogun. Tempered Fate does go wide. Harp now without that ability for the next 90 or so seconds.
Shogun had the flash as well. So discipline. I mean, that next time around has that option to flash away. Oh, the Chemtech Soul. Aren't you happy? Aren't you excited? It's back again.
Yes. Ecstatic. Weaver's Wall coming through. Shogun able to clear the distance. Flash away from that seismic shove as Aria going to flash away from the Chains of Corruption on the other side of things. Now Citrus does have his ultimate. Harp trying to land something. The slow on Cardi could be enough as there's no flash here on the way. Locked up and down will go Cardi. Citrus in the thick of things and a lot of damage coming down onto Ray, but he's able to walk himself out. 4v5 now on the Rift, and Kratos doing so much damage. Harp's going to be taken out. That's a reset for Silong. Can they find more? Blinking health
so
bars
close.
here. So many low health bars.
no!
Silong finds the execution. That's what we've come to expect. The value out of the pike.
Oh my lord. Spacing, ladies and gentlemen, that is why it is key. There was no Oriana in this game, but they're all clumped up. Xulong sees target, hits target. Game over.
And so much extra gold too. I mean, printing an extra 900 off that triple kill from the ultimate. Obviously, Pantheon getting 300 of it. He shares that, and then the other two split between whoever else got it. I mean, Shogun flashes away here, and it looks good for the start for Aria and the rest of DFM. He does take a chunk of damage, but able to walk up here on the back of the slow from Harp. A nice knock up with that scattered earth. Does secure down Cardi. Now Ray gets taken very low, and Citrus not able to find a whole lot in the duration of that Crescent Sweep, but you're seeing Sealong lands the hook. Harp's going to get taken down. That's reset one. 300 extra gold here for Sealong. And those health bars, just Shogun working away at them, and boom!
That is cinema. We've waited so long to see Sealong bring it out again.
Atakan somehow favoring DFM at this state as down will go the equalizer, turning things around onto Guri, but very low now. Nice smite from Citrus, and Guri is going to fall. It's going to be Citrus that takes that kill. Keep an eye on Sealong. He does have the ultimate. Harp ghosting away, but will be found, and Sealong should be able to pick this one up for himself. The gold would be shared once again.
Ooh.
Okay.
Wrong side of the wall. Thought that he was just a little bit too confident with the bone skill. Had too much faith in its ability.
Yeah, did definitely connect on the bone skewer, but did not have enough Weet-Bix this morning to bring him over the wall. They do get the tower though, and DFM admittedly able to pick themselves up a kill and the Atakan, so not a bad fight all things considered for
Jungle
the Algeria
for support, so you take that almost every day of the week. I'm very curious, how did Harp end up in that position? Oh, he gets skewered and then has to, yeah, okay.
There's not much choice for him.
Unfortunately, no. A rough gig, as they say.
Big job.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it does mean that Sealong misses out on a potential 300 gold, so it is meaningful.
Yeah, he could be 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be very far ahead as Pyke for it to be worthwhile. Dragon going to be taken out by the Vikings as the third of the game, as they are now on Soul Point. Of course, the Chemtech Dragon, not the most impactful of the Souls, but still, it's nothing that you're going to turn away from. As nice knock-up lands onto Sealong here. Are they able to punish? No. He gets Sealong back to safety, and the passive will heal him back up again as well.
Bloodletter's now online for Kratos, so Cardi going to be getting some crazy value off the back of his Blackfire and Leandri's. Edge of Night there as well. The farm alarm goes off, but it's more that they're looking for Kratos.
Yeah, locked up, doesn't have flash. Equalizer goes down, just trying to trade back some damage, but it's not going to be much more than, I guess, a quarter of Ari's HP. Shutdown picked up for the mid laner of DFM, exactly who you want to have it. Now, they are still down 4k gold, but Aria, at least himself, the isolated 1v1, will be ahead.
Sealong, though, he's looking. Setting that deep vision up, being that menace that Pyke can so often be. Oh.
Harp again.
Okay, this time. No flash, nothing to get away. Kratos. I don't think we need to check Harp's PC, honestly. We've seen Cosmic Bindings go backwards this game. Like, he has hit them like a boomerang.
Absolutely. I mean, Harp, there's been a few Tempered Fate missed, but ultimately, I think having an MVP performance for himself thus far, unfortunately, they are still behind it. And again, I still do favor Vikings to take this game, but giving themselves options are DFM. They're certainly not out of this one.
Especially when you think of all those strong picks going to be left wanting in Game 3.
Ray does get hit there by the Chains of Corruption, taking a reasonable amount of damage. It might even go down. The Weaver's Wall coming through, though, and the zombie now for the Scion is going to be there. Guri might just fall, but he does flash away from that seismic shove. Now on the wrong side of the map, Karkun locked up. Karkun taking a lot of damage here from the way, but able to get those ricochets off. In comes that Grand Skyfall on the back line for Guri, is getting taken low himself, but Shogun in the front of things. Sealong does finally arrive, but actually not able to land on a whole lot, as it's only Harp and Aria left, as Vikings should be able to pick themselves up this Baron with no one falling.
Yeah, unfortunately, a bit chaotic. The Tempered Fate left wanting again. Probably the worst one I think he's had this game, which is saying a lot, given how much pressure he's offered to DFM with this Bard so far. But they just can't find the finish onto anyone. It looked like there was some great damage coming out from Karkin off those ricochets, but the return, the response from Vikings was also very, very scary, courtesy of Shogun.
That's 5 Barons now on the side of the Vikings, and Ray just gets absolutely eliminated. I can't believe how quickly the Scion falls.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't even... They didn't even need to flash away from the Tempered Fate, which is the worst part of it all. But yeah, I mean, look, Karkun here, looking to get that damage out. But he just takes so much chip from so many different sources. Ultimately, Shogun comes in, finishes them off.
Karkun are able to live, but a lot lost off the back of that fight, and gold now ballooning even further in favor of the Vikings as they are looking to put themselves on game point here after just 2.
Absolutely. Now marching those waves in. Already a 1,500 gold gain off the Baron play. DFM now having double their kills in this series. Oh, Silong.
Silong going straight into Ray. That's a very dead pike. Weaver's Wall just sending a message.
Yep.
So 4v5, so despite the fact that they did pick up the Baron, a nice flash from Citrus, gets the knock up on the Shogun, and that's going to be a shutdown going the way of Arya. Now Kratos, who does not have flash either, is going to be jumped on, does go gold and gets a lot of damage from the Flame Spitter. Arya has to be careful of getting locked down here, and maybe Cardi able to finish him off, but not able to do so. Double kill for the mid laner of DFM. And while the return damage is great, it's not enough to land a kill, and that is Baron all but dealt with.
Cardi's
as
not
DFM
done.
gets so much gold back for themselves. Arya caught in the shop. Oh dear. The Zonya's in the back pocket to keep him alive.
Yeah, Silong. Just no idea. And jumps straight into the side.
Arya.
Oh, okay. Very, very rough situation for Silong, and then they identify that there is just limited support on the bot side of this rift. No Silong, so you're not having to worry about those executes. You can just take that fight because you've won it pretty handily, if not for that death from below.
Arya getting so much gold from Sal. Picture in picture, it's the dragon fight on the cards. I want to really see it. It is DFM starting it up. Citrus down to half HP. Great Bone Skewer onto the Xin Zhao, but they have got full control over the pit and do get themselves out with that magical journey. Now damage coming through from Cardi means that the Xin Zhao is exceedingly low, and Ray trying to get himself out is actually going to ult just centimeters. This will be Scion going down. What can Vikings find off the back of it? Tempered Fate not going to land. And Baron, while it is available for the next 10 seconds, might just result in one tower perhaps, but ultimately a good job from DFM over the past 3 minutes.
Yeah, effectively a nil play out of that Baron. Oh, Silong. Fortunately, the Tempered Fate had already been used to try and keep Ray alive. Might have been able to save that tower, but realistically, Zorbit's certainly going down.
Silong over the past couple of minutes, reminding me of that one show with, I believe it's Neil Patrick Harris.
You're going to have to be more specific. He's been on a few.
Yeah, a series of unfortunate events.
Oh, yep.
Especially the...
Lemony Snicket.
Eing straight into a seismic shove and then blast coning straight into a Scion.
Now, if it was Neil Patrick Harris's character in that show, I can't remember for the life of me what his name is.
Count Olaf?
That's the one, Count Olaf. Would have then turned around and started pinging the rest of his team and blaming them for what just happened.
That is true. Great show.
Phenomenal.
Great show. I actually watched it as recently as I think 2 months ago, 1 month ago.
I read the books.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't read them.
All 11 of them, I think they were.
Really? Damn.
Yeah, there was a fair few. So, obviously we see it condensed down into episodes, but essentially each adventure is a different book.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's well more than 11 episodes, so it does make sense to me.
And then they made a movie with Jim Carrey where they condensed it down into about an hour and a half.
Really?
Yeah. That was the original. They made a movie with Jim Carrey.
Right, okay.
Like years ago.
I feel like it wouldn't do
it was still
justice.
pretty good. He was a pretty good Count Olaf. I'll give him that. but unfortunately, yeah, it was just not enough, not a big enough window to tell the story properly.
I think everyone's, well, possibly everyone's most hated character of anything is always that banker.
Yeah, he was pretty useless.
That's an understatement, unfortunately. Baron, 1 minute away. There's a bit of a lull period, of course. No objectives on the map to play for, and I think Vikings feeling a little bit more worried about the state of the game, considering how far ahead they got and how many fumbles realistically have occurred over the last couple of minutes.
Looking for it. You can see the posturing. Arya in a great flank position.
Who do you think was the most useless out of the family members?
The aunt, the paranoid one.
Yeah, I agree. The best is the uncle, of course.
Yeah. Oh, tempered fade off the money.
Yeah. Not connecting. Ultimate used here from Ray going backwards. Weaver's wall does come out, but not finding all that much of anything realistically. Citrus in the thick of things. Down comes the equalizer straight on the Ray. He's going to have to flash away. A lot of damage coming down, but Citrus blocking up the majority of it with that crescent sweep. Still, Vikings have complete control over this river. As DFM not able to do all that much. Swallowing his spear does come down. Arya's going to have to use that Zonya's, but he's going to fall. There's no way out for him. It is claimed. Sealong getting the resets now. In will come Guri with that Grand Skyfall. Very low, but the Guardian Angel in pocket is going to feel completely unperturbed. And it's DFM now on the back foot with 3 alive against all 5 of the Vikings heading towards the Baron.
Yeah, again, these narrowly avoided disaster fights. Unfortunately, just Vikings re-aggressing there. If there was a world in which Ray had been able to potentially recall and teleport back in.
Guri, just get the fruit, man.
No.
This isn't getting smited. Just go get the fruit. Don't lose your Guardian Angel.
He's got this, don't you worry.
He didn't even get the smite. Sealong got it.
There's no Karthus this game. Oh, the Tempered Fate was so close.
It was.
Unfortunately, would have only hit 2.
The fight just starts off terribly. 2 ults used, don't really get anything from it. The Weaver's Wall doesn't cut off anything. Down comes the equalizer, so at least it's something, but it does force away the flashes, and then
Ray misses the redemption.
Yeah.
Harry gets caught, spiraling despair.
Sealong turning it. Ultimately with that bone skewer.
Yeah. And then just literally a hair off also catching Ray. Had the flash, so he probably could have got the reset there too.
Now Baron once again in pocket. Tempered Fate good this time. Lands straight onto Guri. The knockup's going to be there from Ray as well. Can they find the seismic shove? Can they find the damage? No, they cannot. Equalizers is great. Ray's having to ult out once more. Every single ult this game going the opposite direction of the action. Now Ray down to half HP. Can't even take away the shield from Sealong as Arya, Harp and Karkun desperately try and find avenue into the fight. Citrus having to use that crescent sweep as he's completely guarded off. Weaver's Wall comes through, splitting up the fight. It will be the Dragon going the way of the Vikings, but what can DFM find? For the time being, it's absolutely nothing, and maybe even Citrus going down. Guardian Angel in the pocket, but he will die immediately after if he does fall. Flash away for him as Raining Terrors, Cardi, and there is the Bone Skewer. Guri on the backside of the fight, making sure no one can come back that way, and Cardi claims himself his rightful kill.
And they've drawn DFM into a position where potentially more resets were possible, but Sealong's already dropped it on the minion wave to accelerate this push in. Unfortunately,
shield, down goes the tower. It's a 4v5 in the back of their base now for DFM. Quite often you want to see multiple waves of minions coming through, but Vikings feeling confident enough to just push it on in. Kratos running in Arya, flash away for the Talia. Trying to find the damage is Arya at the moment. Guri's going to be able to claim at least Ray Farki for the time being. Zombie mode now for him. Harp can be caught by that Bone Skewer, taken out. It's Cardi, or Guri rather, this time getting it for himself. And Sealong doing a phenomenal job here on the pike. It's going to mean Vikings will take game 2, and DFM now a 1 loss away from being eliminated, but Vikings in the VCS are 1 away from guaranteeing them a spot at Worlds.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, Vikings just continuing to stay the course. DFM by themselves yet again in a spot where they possibly could have had a much better shot in that game, and it just slips away from them.
Yep. Very much so. I mean, the game starts off slow, but it is, again, just similar to last game. Vikings, they're finding bits of gold here and there, objectives here and there, and it's just becomes more and more insurmountable. Now, there were some great turnarounds that occurred, and I think Harp has to be commended for how well he played the majority of this game on the Bard. Really, no one else doing anything. It really was just him, and unfortunately, similar to Kiaya's position yesterday on the Ambessa, it came down to him just having to land these absolute prayers to ever have a fighting chance. I mean, the one fight that finally really meant that Vikings had cemented themselves, obviously, in that mid lane, Ray's ulting out, Arya uses the Weaver's Wall, doesn't find anything of value, and the Equalizer comes down, a bunch of flashes come out, it's like, okay, well, what are we supposed to do here? Unfortunately, not able to connect on the Tempest Fade either. This was a good look for DFM, however, this fight here.
Yeah.
Until it wasn't. But
yeah, until Shilong doing Shilong things. I mean, he played this game so cleanly. Those bone skewers, all but that one up on the top side, were just entirely on point. And that's only because he thought it was going to pull Harp over that wall, and he just missed a reset, and then boom, gets the first here. They just all stack on top of each other, and you could not present a Pyke with a better situation.
Oh dear. Now, DFM, I mean, very far behind at this point, get themselves an Artican and a kill on Taguri for the life of Harp. I mean, a fantastic trade realistically in the position the game was in. But not a whole lot that was amazing afterwards, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is the one. This is the one bad bone skewer he has, and even then, it's still a kill regardless. Oh. And Guri, given the Pantheon this game, which gives him so much proactivity on the back lines. One of the best Hui showings I think we've had all year.
Yeah,
out of the hands of Cardi.
It probably just is, straight up, realistically. Not the greatest of seasons for Hui, as it stands. I mean, DFM, despite how far behind they were definitely making Vikings work for him.
The one time they just absolutely punished Shilong. Thought he was away and clear, and then, oh, it's Ray.
A good punish, of course. I mean, credit to Arya for finding that seismic shove.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, they understand full well that they found an advantage, and they capitalize, ultimately making it a negative Baron play. They almost find Cardi as well. Look at Karkun. Gets it on him, unfortunately. Hui has all those abilities.
Yeah, lots of them. Even here, it looks like, okay, maybe, you know, split off the team fight, but Vikings, they realize what's going on, they're able to kite away, and then it just gets worse and worse and worse from here. Citrus flashes, and unfortunately still will fall. Bone Skewer cementing his fate.
Yeah, a rough gig for sure, but a phenomenal showing from the Vikings in this series.
Absolutely phenomenal showing for the Vikings this series so far. Of course, we do have a best of 5, so the DFM roster are not out. LJL can still have a glimmer of hope, but a very small glimmer indeed. We're going to go to break. Once we're back, we'll see if Vikings can seal the deal or if DFM will take us to a 4th.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a phase. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure, because love is war.
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside.
Oh!
Finds the angle.
职业选手啊，感觉只有第一名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Ress is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he?
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào, thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down for Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Bomb in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Absolute
如果能拿到 LCP 的第一座奖杯意义的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. And then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flashes away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích off và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn với đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you're a fan of the LJL, if you're a fan of the DFM, it's time to get behind them because they are now backs against the walls. 2-0 to the Vikings as they look to cement at least one of the VCS teams a trip back to their hometowns, and maybe not hometowns, but home countries nonetheless, over in Vietnam, over in Da Nang. It takes one more game from them and they've been looking dominant so far.
Yeah, realistically, one more game and we send our first team home.
Yeah.
And would be the last showing for the LJL in the 2025 season. So you kind of want to go out with a bang if you can, potentially even drag it out to a 4th or even 5th. So you got to hope Baz has been cooking something spicy.
I fail to see why you wouldn't go to the Zed or the Talon now.
Because it'll be banned out by the Vikings and ruin our fun.
Maybe, but it's not really a first ban-worthy kind of champions. I don't feel personally.
Well, Talon did it to them.
Yeah, that is true. Who knows? I mean, we'll have to get into the draft and see. It is DFM selecting the blue side once again, so 3-8, if I'm not mistaken, is how it stands currently. And if they were to win here, it'd be 4-8. If they were to lose, 3-9. Red side, I mean, with the amount of times that blue side has been selected, it is a worrying trend to see just how successful red side has been.
That power of the counter pick, and for DFM, if they were looking for something like the Talon jungle, you kind of would have wanted, I think, that red side. Be able to save it for a counter pick or a later pick in the draft, but we'll see. There is still some strength to be had for sure. This draft game 3.
Aria. It's time to bring out all the stops. Bring back the Arcewo.
Oh Lord, what a game that was. Went something crazy like 9-3 or something.
Yeah, I don't remember the score. That was season kickoff. That was a long time ago, that series. Nonetheless, looks like we are into Champions League based on... I can't tell if that's Guri's screen or Kratos. It looks like Kratos' screen.
Absolutely.
I don't know if I just... When you're at this stage of the season, I don't see why you wouldn't go towards those assassins in the jungle that, again, Citrus has been so successful on. And now that so many of the powerful junglers are removed, right, all the bruises essentially, as long as you ban the Trundle, are gone.
Senna taken away from Shogun. So it may be the first series in a long time for the Vikings where Style doesn't make his way to the stage.
Could be.
Azir, Yunara, all taken away. Begs the question, how good is Karkun looking on the Yunara that it has consistently been Vikings' first ban?
I think it's just because Yunara's very strong.
It is. It is. It's been hugely impressive, especially in the hands of Betty last night.
Guri seeming pretty unfazed with this series. Fair enough as well, justifiably so. Rise ban up against Cardi, who has continued to pick that champ when given the opportunity, and there goes the last of the Bruiser junglers. So heading into the picks now, you don't have to first pick one of those Talon or Zed champs, but you can pick it in the first 3 to avoid the bans coming through, which could definitely happen. But first of all, I mean, what is open, what's available?
Annie in the mid lane.
Annie, yeah, stands out as something. Ari, Annie.
Yep.
Lucian, the Karkun.
For sure. One of the strong picks that has still remained in play. I mean, you still got the Xayah. Fortunately, no Rakan to pair with it, but it isn't desperately needed that.
Yeah. What do you go for as Shogun? You could just go
Jin. Oh, if you could see the look on my co-caster's face right now. He would be as entertained as I am, I believe, but he is not. I mean, look, so long as they draft a comp around it, I think it works well. We've seen that already, but again, heavily reliant on the draft. Trundle, yeah, look, actually.
Okay, I mean, Trundle isn't going to be very good against Zed or Talon. Just saying, just throwing out some suggestions.
You know, if it helps, if the room's open to it.
Just, you know, if I think about champions that Citrus looked incredible on, I'm thinking Zed. The letter T comes to mind.
Tryndamere.
Yeah. Tryndamere played, got a
jungle,
pentakill.
Yeah, how? Okay, so there's the Zed.
There we go. We've got it. Kicking off things with the Zed, I think the more solid of the two in terms of just its ability to impact the game is a lot more reliable.
Now, what do you look for Arya? I mean, that is really the big question, isn't it? Annie.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a Zed, so you want to be a bit more facilitatory. You can play around that mid lane. Cardi's going to pick the Galio. This is a matchup we've seen quite a lot that Annie tends to just win. I don't think she's supposed to. That's just what's happened.
Yeah. I mean, we are seeing those Bloodletters curses coming through pretty consistently. Deals with a lot of what makes Galio Galio. Also helps if your opponent Galio makes, builds Riftmaker and not Hallowed Radiance like
No, Leandri's it was. It was Leandri's.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. Dire.
Jace banned from Ray.
Goofy fella.
He is.
That's Jace taken away from Ray. Not a champion I would associate with Ray Farkey.
No.
In fact, a champion I'd more likely associate with Kratos. I wonder if he goes for the Udyr. He has been kind of the only player in the league that has gone back to that Udyr consistently recently.
Would you really want to play an Udyr into a Trundle, though?
I'm saying Kratos.
Oh, Kratos. Oh, yeah, no, Kratos can happily play that.
Into Zed Lucian,
yeah, that kind of
there's
just
not
ruins.
really anything that kills it.
No, yeah, it kind of just ruins DFM's.
And they've banned the Gwen, so there goes another option of killing tanks.
Renekton from Ray. Yorick still up and available.
Yeah. And
unless DFM ban it.
First pick
I think
available
there's a good
for
chance
Vikings.
they do.
Yeah, I think you might have to. Oh. Oh, dearie me.
Dear you indeed. Yorick.
Yeah, good.
Shock horror.
Okay, I mean, I feel like he could just pick the Udyr here.
Mordekaiser.
Yeah. Probably not.
No, definitely not. I don't know, something.
You are right. He is more than likely to pick something.
Although you say that, we first picked Jin, so he did have a nothing pick.
Yeah, that's true. And also just not a Jin comp.
Yeah, no, it's not an overwhelming amount of damage. I mean, the pillar allows him to get more of those curtain call shots off, in theory.
True. Jax.
Yeah, again, you still haven't got the damage. That's the problem.
Yeah. It's good in theory against the Lucian and the Zed, but it doesn't actually do that well into the Annie, just by virtue of the CC. Jax doesn't really like being controlled in terms of where he's able to move freely.
Gragas has been played by
Okay,
Ray.
good pick. Okay, rounding out this draft reasonably well, DFM. I like that Gragas pick. It's a very strong lane into the Jax. Last pick to come through, most likely for Harp. I mean, in theory, the Annie or the Gragas can go there, but not likely.
Grell, Leona, Nautilus, Brom. I think I would have liked the Brom, realistically, a little
I think
bit
the
more.
Braum would have been crazy. With the Lucian, first of all, but against Trundle, Galio, Jax, seems like a very blatant Braum pick. I don't know why. Maybe just wanting to take the Nautilus away from Sealong, but he's going to be fine on the rally. He's not going to care. A perplexing Nautilus pick, I feel.
Yeah,
Maybe trying to set up for something on the Jin. Yeah.
No, I don't know why. I don't think you can justify it.
Well,
other than it's just safe.
For
it's
sure. I
smart.
mean, ultimately, I still think DFM are coming out of this with the better draft.
Yeah, but it could have been that much better with the Brom,
For
realistically.
sure, but regardless, I hate Vikings draft. And not only, like, obviously partly because of the Jins there, but if you, like, there's just not really that much damage. Sure, you know, Jax and Trundle, if you go AFK, unplug your mouse and stand still, will do a lot of damage to you, but neither of them are going to be able to stick to the Gragas. Neither of them are going to be able to stick to the Zed.
Even the Lucian with the Nautilus babysitting, it's still pretty hard to stick to at the best of times.
Now, while all this is said, I'm still going in expecting Vikings to win because they haven't been winning the game because of their superior fighting. They've been winning the game when no fights are happening just by taking everything on the map, and their comp will still be able to do that. It's, you know, when you look at that 1v1, Zed's probably not killing Trundle either. In fact, in the 1v1, you might even favor the Trundle most of the time.
Yeah, it depends on how the game goes, of course.
Absolutely. I do still expect Vikings to win. I just think this draft is a little perplexing.
Yeah, unfortunately, DFM didn't just win the skin comp as well.
Is it? We now head into the game. It's game number 3. DFM up against the Vikings. As we head into it, keep in mind the stakes. The winner of this game will on Friday next week have a best of 5 up against Team Secret Wales. The loser Actually, no. On Friday will be Garm versus Team Secret Wales, I believe.
No.
Are they? Yeah. Then what would it be?
So the winner of this then goes plays Team Secret Wales. The winner of that then goes versus Garm. The winner of that then goes to versus PSG. Or who? Yeah, PSG. I think no.
Team Secret Wales and Garm are at the same spot. They
Are
both
they?
lost.
Oh, I thought we had a different.
Yeah, they both lost to one lost to PSG, one lost to CFO yesterday. So they shouldn't have different seedings.
No, okay, yeah, sorry, you're right. I just thought the.
Yeah, so Friday will be that best of 5. And then.
Either way, it's just a VCS gauntlet from here on out.
I'm saying it. I have no idea how to work it out. I'll have to look. Lane phase should be fine here for the Jin. A strong laner for sure. And no real winner when it comes to the support. It's a very even matchup. Top lane should, in theory, go the way of Ray, as a nice hook lands there onto Shogun. Heal going to be used just for that trading power. Barrier was as well. And cleanse for Karkun means he does lose a bit of that laning strength. Obviously, quite a bit of CC that he needs to avoid between the Counter-Strike and Raul with the Galio. So cleanse does make sense on him.
Vision set up pretty well by Vikings to get an indication of where Citrus is going to be. Is just well ahead, as you kind of expect from Zed at the moment.
Yeah, Zed, one of the fastest jungle clears in the game. I think only Ivern and Zyra probably beating it.
Yep. Look at him go.
Yeah, kind of crazy that his passive just infinitely procs on the low health monsters.
Yep. And 258. I'd even be tempted to give him 257.5. Meanwhile, 310-ish? No, not quite. 311. Almost. He's so close. He's got to be... There we go. Okay, so about 317 for the Trundle.
Heavy trades, and Kratos doing a great job. And what isn't an easy lane? Of course, it does get harder and harder. This is the part where it's not as bad. Now, as we navigate the slow early game that has consistently transpired between the two, on your prediction, who's the third team going to Worlds and Da Nang?
Garm. I'm sorry. They just have consistently throughout the tail end of this year looked the best of the VCS teams.
Very true. Particularly in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
Nice hook landing here from Ha, but traded back very well from the Vikings bot lane. And which seed is each team going in? Because obviously, you know, show goes off and myself and Panda commute home together.
Listen
and
to
I was saying yesterday that I actually, this might be an unpopular opinion, but I actually, after yesterday's games, think if both teams play at the exact same form as they did yesterday, that I would have PSG winning the split.
Yeah, look, I think at the moment I'm right there alongside you. It was a bit jarring seeing how that series went for CFO. And then PSG talent just come in and handle business. I think that would be absolutely an apropos thought. But in saying that, my counter argument is CFO has always just hit the afterburners when it counted.
Absolutely. I think logically you'd say CFO, but based on yesterday's games, PSG definitely played better.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
I think really showing why CFO did not want to pick PSG. I also remember seeing something, and I don't know about the credibility of it, but I did see online somewhere that apparently PSG have really leveled up in their scrims as well recently, which, I mean, if yesterday's games or anything go off, you know, that's almost feels like there is some proof behind that statement.
Yeah, definitely could believe it. No, Kratos.
Oh,
Kratos.
Oh, he's not going to be able to find him. No more abilities. But yeah, I mean, the thing is honestly, you've got Maple. And I've watched him for the last 3 years straight, casted every single one of his games here in the region. And he, out of everyone, much more so than Junja, just has that clutch factor. Now, consistency, yet Junja takes the cake. He has got that crown, absolutely. But sometimes you get to a game 5 in a grand finals or in an upper bracket finals, you need that player that's steady, that you know will clutch, and Maple is that guy. Much the same as for the side of Garm, Levy is.
Absolutely. 4 down in the bot lane, Karkin and Harp looking to apply the pressure. They are still down. It's about a 12 CS lead for Shogun, which I'm sure I would have necessarily expected for a Jin, but I suppose when they are that busy trying to harass out, it's understandable how it occurred. 6 for Guri online. Citrus is literally about to tip over on the Gromp.
On Gromp.
Guri's somehow overtaken. Fortunately, he's also on a control ward that just has not been cleared.
Yeah, that one always gets a lot of value. You just don't often have reason to check, other than the fact there might be one in there.
Other than the almost as much value as the bot side Baron wall, that ward has just been so criminally valuable this year.
It has, it really, really has. It's kind of insane to me how slow these games start off, but it's always Vikings with these leads. I mean, it's mostly through superior laning, right? Like Rayfaki should be ahead of the Jax. It's a very, very good lane for the Gragas, but maybe missing a few CS to rather land poke or look for a trade, and Kratos willing to give up his HP for that gold means that he's going to find himself perfectly happy as this game continues to go on and on.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, 7 now for Citrus, with neither jungler having shown themselves to a lane. That might change with Guri down on that bot side at the moment, and they are very well pushed up with DFM.
Yeah, both junglers down here. It's going to be, first of all, Harp stunned up. The pillar can come down. The Subjugate does. The Crash down does as well. And that's a kill going to be picked up for Shogun. First the game, first blood for the Vikings.
And the depth charge wasted Citrus there, but yeah, a little bit of arrogance, it feels.
Dragon will follow. Good find out of Vikings. Just a little quicker to the play there for Guri.
Yeah, at some point, he did overtake Citrus in terms of that clear. All of a sudden, he's the one getting to the play earlier. Ray up on the top side. Yeah, so Silon goes, clears that vision, and immediately Guri runs through. And Hart just a little bit too far forward. I don't know if necessarily the depth charge was worth it.
Especially with Grubs up. So now Harp, who is level 6, will not have ultimate, but Citrus looking to be able to pick up all 3 anyway, so probably not going to be punished for using the depth charge in the end. So it is a trade of objectives, but still, a kill always going to feel nice going over to that Jhin. Gold lead equalized though.
Problem being, that's plated steel caps for Jhin. So if at all, Ray or Arya find an avenue onto him, unfortunately Shogun's probably just dead. I mean, realistically, that was more than likely the case anyway, but you would have thought at least with Swifties, he might have been able to clear that gap, or at least keep it wide enough that he then gets away.
Yeah, probably just wanting a little bit of safety against the Z2, who was going to have the easiest time of getting to a champion like Jhin, so I don't hate it. Ultimately, you had 3 good choices. Even the Mercs has a lot of value because of the Annie and Nautilus, so you kind of have the correct answer regardless of which boot you go, unless you go something like Ionians, of course, but or Sorks.
Oh, lovely. I mean, to be fair, the mathematically accurate most damage Jhin is just all trap damage.
Yeah, maybe if you're playing in Plastic 17.
No, just purely mathematically. Like, practically it is just not, but if it's just a numbers game, which League of Legends is not. Eclipse done now for Citrus. Kratos.
you ask. Some people think it is.
Oh, well, I mean, you've got people running the 0 CS challenge at the moment, so...
Oh, that thing is just, yeah.
Oh!
Nice splash from Kratos. Teleport's coming in. It's going to be Arya and Cardi. Freedom Punch, and somehow Shogun has been caught in a very, very peculiar position. What? How is he there?
Well, you see, Jin has these 2 legs, and he's run himself to mid lane.
Oh, it doesn't tell you how long it's been there. Well, it probably did, but your arm went in my way. It said source time. I've never seen the observers do that. Rip out the cursor to show us a stat. I imagine over on the Mandarin cast there was a request to see, possibly.
First League of Legends event I did was as observer, back in the good old days. I think you were there at that event, actually.
Was I?
Yeah, NZGC.
I was there, yeah.
The first one. I was locked in a tiny room with the casters.
Guri only jumped on, subjugate there though, and Harp going to use that blast cone. Now Guri is quite behind enemy lines, but the flash is available. Curtain call coming through here for Shogun, landing 1, landing 2. Can he land a 3rd? No, absolutely not. As Citrus finds a lot of damage back onto Sealong. The kill does come through onto Guri as well.
Karkun, I'm not sure
Ray in the area, no body slam, and now Shogun going to be taken out. Explosive cask not required here for the Gragas, and DFM, this fight finding or showing signs of life.
Kratos, though, has had a lot of time down on the spot side just to wail away at those plates.
Get another one for himself. Of course, Jax, one of the faster tower takers in the game. Without the Sheen, though, isn't going to be all that impressive. Ray will get himself one back in return up on this top side. But yeah, Nova's Alice fight out of Vikings, maybe thinking that because Citrus didn't have the ultimate after the fight that occurred in mid, where they did take down Shogun, they could look for it. And yeah, they get a pretty quick kill onto Harp, but it wasn't quick enough.
No.
That.
No, Harp just runs at him.
I wouldn't even call that running. He kind of dawdles at him.
He does walk a little bit like a toddler, Nautilus, if you look at it. I mean, it looked like it was a good shout in. I mean, Harp even gets pulled back into the hero's entrance, but Guri so deep at that point. I mean, they even land the root onto Citrus with the Deadly Flourish, but it just doesn't matter. They don't have the damage.
And Karkun's culling's fantastic.
Oh, and Ray. Justice Punch. No, never mind. Oh, sorry, sorry, Shogun. I missed. You're on your own.
Man, Ray, what a play there.
It is going to be a bit of a slow build for him, unfortunately. Catalyst and Tier.
Yeah, I'm thinking his Tier will become a...
Fimbulwinter.
Well, that, or he might just sit on it. He might just sell it. Dragon number 2, though, start up here for the Vikings. No response at the moment, but you see Citrus coming towards the pit and could look in there. Puts down the pink board. We'll see the health it's at. Does just use that blast cone to get himself in. It's a 50-50 smite and claimed. All the way by, but the crash down's there, and Citrus is going to go down. Nice shutdown picked up there by Shogun. A great response out of the Vikings.
Yeah, he pays his price for his arrogance. Just wanders into the pit. Oh, that's rough. They get the tower.
Yeah, they might get Ray too. It's 3v1. Phase rush there, though. They're not too concerned with taking down this Gragas.
Well, it does come down to monster slaying. Culling in the mid lane forces Kratos to be somewhat cautious. Harp is there behind him as well, but Shogun now picks up the problem that is now this mid wave. Clears it out with a bouncing Betty. Actually, that's not true. Bouncing Betty's a mine.
Yeah. Bouncing Semtex. Make that one work.
Semtex sticks, yeah. Oh well,
Tower
either way.
responded to. The Rift Shield there, this would give over the feats of strength to DFM, and they are very strong at the moment. Again, it leaves you wondering, why have we not been picking these assassins so far? And while they still might end up losing this game, it's been the best looking they've had thus far.
I mean, to be fair, Vikings also draft themselves into somewhat of a hole where they lack significant damage.
Yeah, very true. And not really any lockdown for the Z. I mean, there's a Galio.
And a Counter-Strike.
Yeah, but that's...
Maybe Shulong.
If the Counter-Strike's landing onto Z, that's more a Citrus problem.
Literally, that's the thing. All of it is so situational. that it requires some pretty horrendous misplay.
Yeah. I think Cardi can pretty reliably CC the Z, but it's about following up on that CC.
Oh, they've robbed Citrus. Came home to find that they'd taken everything in the kitchen sink. Meanwhile, this 1v1 in the top lane continues.
And Ray gets himself that CS lead. Of course, at this stage of the game, there's actually nothing Jax can do to Vigragas. If he tries to jump on him with Counter-Strike, the body slam will win that trade every single time.
Yeah.
Karkun slightly behind Shogun, but that's only because of the shutdown that was picked up. So doing a good job for himself. The entirety of DFM in a winning position in this game.
Yeah, item time is coming through for Karkun though. Yes, it's through, and Flicker Blade's done as well. Plenty of gold to be found on the map. Heard that Rift Herald. I think it's pretty well prepped in the mid lane. I think that's why we see Citrus and Karkun here. I think he's probably going to drop that. Look to close out this tower. Malignant's there as well. Arya working towards what would almost assuredly be his bloodletters.
Yeah. I would imagine so. Again, another slow game in many respects. This time, finally, it's DFM that are benefiting from it.
Oh, Shilong.
We found by Arya. It's a big fight breaking out in the mid lane. It's Hart that's stunned up, and the W does miss, but he's very low. The redemption is going to come down just in time. First kill going over to Arya. Shogun just narrowly surviving as the curtain call will come out, but Citrus going to be able to tank that one up in its entirety.
Oh, wow.
Dodges out with this Rift Shield, and he's looking.
Oh, wow.
He's coming barreling in, and unfortunately, the pillar's there. But so is the kill for Citrus. Now he is behind enemy lines as Kratos is desperately trying to chase him. Now how nimble can this Z be? W's up again. Kratos now without a ward is chasing Citrus to the end of the earth.
Oh, the execute!
Oh! It does cost Flash though. And I think
that's
maybe
not worth
an
it.
overcommitment.
That's not worth it at all. Suddenly Kratos is going to be without his most reliable setup for the Counter-Strike for the next wee while.
Yeah, now going to be missing it for this Infernal Dragon. No summoners for Shogun either.
I mean, you just look how little damage the Curtain Call is doing. Like, Citrus is the one able to tank it. That was a ball of play from Citrus. Fury jumped on. And the fact that Hart survives, yeah, Arya knows Shilong's down on the spot side, wanting desperately to get in for the team. I mean, this is just the biggest ego challenge I think I've ever seen in League of Legends. Oh, he's going for the tower, right? Nah. They do hold the pillar. Unfortunately, it's still a Z.
Yeah. Well, Kratos will eventually be able to chase down this kill. It does cost him his flash to be able to.
Oh, the worst part is, so if he'd flashed to the bottom side of that blast cone, he gets away. Just because Guri's never going to be able to close that distance. Still worth, 100% worth.
Yeah, look, I mean, Citrus knows it's worth. Even DFM, despite the situation, finding some happy faces in the back line, but I don't think we want to go and look at those backstage cameras now as Arya is just caught off for free. Ahead of this dragon, nothing really used all that much either. Magnet Storm, sure, but in the 4v5, that's not going to be the difference maker.
With that steal that Citrus was able to get earlier, this is only going to be dragon number 2 for the Vikings. So the stacking has been stalled pretty significantly. Quite happy to give that one away. Citrus. Oh, they very nearly found Kratos and could potentially look for some revenge, but it's just going to be stealing those camps away from Guri. So what happened? Oh, the wards. Just the wards. Shilong. Yeah, by the time Arya realizes it's well too late.
Yep. The downfall of Annie. A pillar.
Yep. Citrus, Black Cleaver done. So he's going to be shredding through even harder.
Game.
Oh, not a ward again.
Awfully even. 1k roughly is the advantage for DFM.
Winter done for Ray as well. Collector for Shogun.
Citrus having a great game for himself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Posturing on the top side, but it's establishing vision in case Citrus, they know where Guri is, courtesy that ward. Allows them plenty of freedom to take down that mid-tier 1. Fortunately, Kratos has had a lot of time in these side lanes.
Absolutely.
Dead man's as well for Guri, so he is going to be
He's
incredibly mobile.
Boy. Yeah. Good chunk of damage through from Citrus with that Eclipse. Helping out. Max HP damage.
Fortunately, it's then immediately healed because Trundle passive's awesome.
A lot of fighting over this top mid bush and the vision around it. Each team going in, securing it for themselves, and then the next one comes in and takes it back.
The circle of vision. Oh, they're looking for Karkun.
Yeah, I mean, he a champion that can absolutely get over a Trundle pillar, unfortunately. They do find an auto attack on their mid tower, and every bit of damage will count, but still, DFM doing a good job of controlling this top side where the Arakan is. Still 2.5 minutes away from the Dragon, so not really under any pressure down there. Ray and Kratos able to just swing these minion waves back and forward.
Yep. Fortunately for Ray and Kratos, it is just going to be that wet noodle fight continuing down the bot side. A little bit harder, I think, for Kratos to get through Ray now with that Fimbulwinter, so the body slam's like just going to have infinitely more value. Oh, the wards, Karkun. They know now that could have been a bit rough. Ray also on a ward. Oh, they finally cleared out that one on Guri's red buff. Well, actually, whether it was clear or they just placed another one, I don't know.
It is somewhat starting to feel like DFM know they're in a winning position but aren't willing to risk it.
Yeah.
So that's going to end up bringing this game to a point where it's essentially even, other than the fact one team has a Jhin and one doesn't. So it'll never be actually even. DFM will have a slight advantage always. And admittedly, it'll get to a point where there's not really anyone doing a substantial amount of damage to Ray in any quick time outside of the Trundle, but if the Trundle is only hitting Gragas, he can't really stay.
Oh, it's a Morello's, or at least it's an Oblivion Orb for Ray.
Yeah, it's fine for him to pick it up. He's kind of done his purpose. Now he is an engaged tool.
Yeah. Every time. So long as we don't see Arya also pick one up, then I think we're fine.
Yeah, very much so.
That was a bit bleak.
I mean, ultimately, heel cut should come through for Karkun, but
yeah,
maybe he'll just go Lord Dominance because that Oblivion Orb exists.
Potentially.
You can see they're very hesitant to dare attack this Arakan, but Karkun now eating in. They are going to start it up. So a possible breaking point for the game. If DFM win this fight, we could be going to a fourth.
I mean, Kratos is all but assuredly getting that bot tier 2.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming down on the Arakan. Vikings still not really your vision of it as Cardi coming in is going to spot it out. Very hard for the Trundle to make his way in. This is the Arakan going down, but it's traded for a lot.
TP's coming in.
Top side, here comes everything up in the top side of the map. But immediately down goes Guri, immediately down will go Shogun in a horrendous position, and Kratos desperately running away. Citrus still chasing on forward alongside Ray. The ward jump's going to be there to get Kratos out for the time being, but DFM are doing a fantastic job, and they're looking to take us at least to 4.
Baron is coming up, and they do have a brief window where Guri is not on the rift.
And how good does Jhin look?
Absolutely. Absolutely. What a Jhin pick. I mean, look, if DFM continue the pacing that they've got, which is just not do anything, and play it very, very slow and very, very safe, that Jhin could potentially... Oh, I was going to say, Silong has Smite prepped and ready. That would have been one of the worst potential steals.
Ray? Ray?
Oh,
counter strikes there. Kratos is going to be able to get himself out. What a dicey situation.
The Sundered Sky value.
But I don't know
Oh,
why
this was-
Kratos teleports here. Just give it.
This was so
There's
clean.
no way in.
I mean, he likely could have gotten some significant damage on that tier 3 if he'd just stayed.
Then, yeah, I mean, Shogun trying to be there, auto-attacking, gets hooked. Yeah, I think realistically you just give that Arakan. I remember seeing that Vikings had 9 flowers. It's probably not much more on the side of DFM as the fight breaking out, and Cardi is going to go down immediately. Shogun not long to follow as a great explosive cast coming out of Ray. Guri will follow there and after. Double kill going over to Karkun here. 11-5 the kill score, 5k ahead with the Baron and the second Dragon of the game for DFM. I think here Blue Panda, the Aljal and DFM are not done.
Not to go quietly into the night, it would seem, but it may come down to the depth of pool champion-wise. We'll see.
Yeah, still got to get this one across the line. They are substantially ahead now, and you have to imagine it is going to be a done thing, but you have to wait to get that Nexus to explode. Something about chickens hatching and counting.
Oh, that was a max range hook.
Well done at a half.
Yeah, no, I think the saying is the game is not over until you see the stat screen and start comparing your teammates' damage numbers.
It does sound familiar, yeah.
Yeah. And then block them and move on. I don't know, something along those lines. Cosmic Drive now finished up for Ray, so he is a very, very mobile boy.
1 minute left of the Baron 2. See what more damage DFM can try and make happen. That top lane inner is the most logical point of attack.
The wave is not far off being there. I think it'll just be the tail end of the Baron, but with Karkun in position. Realistically, for...
Oh, Hart may be getting a little bit too far forward. Curtain Call coming out, and this Nautilus does not have flash. 1, 2, 3. The fourth will be blocked up, and the Redemption there to give him a little bit of HP back, but maybe enough damage Doubtson be able to defend this tower. We'll see. Harp going back to his base. Does he have teleport available in that unsealed spellbook?
Nope.
Doesn't seem like he will.
I mean, Karkun, Infinity Edge done, has that Execution Calling, so it will be the mortal reminder. But you look at that Baron damage onto the tower. Citrus has the Shojins as well.
Defend the tower for now.
Oh, the ward's back. Let's go.
Right. Again, just finding a great counter
Oh, right.
for the Jax. He is getting targeted down though, but has the phase rush, so gets himself out immediately. And that subjugate used from Guri now. A lot weaker on the Trundle in any fight that may occur. Rapid fire cannon now finished for Shogun, so ability to auto attack just a little bit easier to find.
Karkun
Still.
takes tier 2. He's now 3,000 gold up on Shogun.
No real damage here on the Jin. Color me surprised.
That mid tower is well prepped. Oh.
Hardy finds Ray, but takes a lot of damage for it.
Oh,
Coming in
Citrus.
from Hart, finds his way in. Citrus on the back line. Shogun's going to go down. Who else is going to go down, though? At first, Guri's able to take out Arya, and Kratos in the thick of things does have to go golden. Hart now, the next logical point of attack. Is he going to fall? Yes, he will. It's a 3v3, but low health bars across the map for Vikings. Redemption is there for both teams, and Sealong looking for a flank. Has the flash, but maybe not the damage as Guri and Shogun all that stand in the base. It's a 2 for 2, but Inhib going the way of DFM.
Dragon and Baron going to have very, very similar timers. Unfortunately, it's not really soul for either team. Just soul point. So Baron will likely be the next point of contention.
Shogun able to live despite and keep both of his sums up.
Yeah, it was very chaotic.
Ult was used
on Cardi.
Cardi, yeah. I see.
And Shogun just sort of sits there in the back line with a curtain call and well, does a little. Not a lot, but a little. It was very chaotic. Just a lot of bodies clumped on top of each other.
Absolutely. Teleport back to the play now for Harp. Citrus allowing Karkun to take these jungle camps now. 4 items deep for the AD carry of DFM. There's a reason why Karkun's Lucian consistently gets banned.
5-0-5, 2-0-7 for Ray. Fortunately, there's just not going to be a heck of a lot of anything on the Rift for the next 50-odd seconds.
Yeah, but the inhib down for a lot longer than that.
Yeah.
3 minutes and 45 seconds still left on that. Kratos trying to find himself a tower on the top side as Ray will slowly walk up there to answer it, but it should be some gold back to this Jax, who will most likely have the Zhonya's off the back of it, and the objective shutdown makes it all the more sweet.
So he actually takes the lead back off of it. But again, it's Ray. He's on a Gragas. He's pretty much done as a champion. He's just now a CC machine.
A good one at that, so you're not feeling too hard pressed. Recall comes through. Zhonya's now finished up for Kratos. So a little bit more utility in the midst of these team fights that have been very chaotic.
See Long and Harp. Now aware of each other's presence.
Ghost coming through. Pillars there. Harp gonna have to flash away. Culling comes out. A lot of damage on the Shogun. A lot of damage on the Shogun.
Citrus on the Dragon. So it will be number 3 for them. 5 in total this game. Unfortunately, I don't know if Vikings have the safest or quickest takes when it comes to that Baron. So the best they can do is set themselves up some vision and potentially look to make a play off the back of DFM starting it up.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vikings just really, really desperately lacking damage. I think Shogun, once he gets that Infinity Edge online, maybe there's an avenue in, but even then, it's looking a little bleak. DFM with priority on this top side of the map now, looking to find an avenue to start up that Baron. It would almost certainly mean the end of the game in favor of them, and we would be heading to a fourth as, again, DFM, who got absolutely steamrolled the last 2 games, now in the lead for game 3, on the hunt for a reverse sweep.
And again, even a win here would still be a first for the LJL in the playoffs.
It would.
So I think, if nothing else, helping that Citrus. I don't know if there's going to be much there to be found on him. He's intensely slippery right now.
Shogun desperately needing that Infinity Edge. Each bit of gold is going to help him so much more. DFM very content with how this map looks.
Oh, there's a decent chunk of damage on the Kratos. Oh, Sulong,
Culling.
my God.
Oh my, yeah, Karkun. What an angle he finds, what a chunk of damage he finds too. Sulong does have teleport, so the recall can immediately have him come back out onto the map. But again, Baron going to be started up for DFM, and there is no Infinity Edge yet on the
Ward on the top side, it's been pinged.
The Vikings, and yeah, Ward will be spotted out. Sulong already back out on the rift with the rest of the team. Cardi going to get stunned up, flash away. Karkun having to use that summoner is a big loss there, but still looking towards this Baron. Nothing committed from the side of Vikings to find that very, very important summoner spell. Kratos on the Jax, almost feels like he needs to be that difference maker. Guri desperately trying to find an avenue into this Baron pit, but he's targeted down. Everyone's jumping onto Guri. Subject does come through. And the CC! The Vikings, can they find an avenue back? Kratos in no man's land will not land onto anything with that counter-strike as Sulong comes in, tries to find an avenue.
Oh my God!
And Ray Farkey, the tried and true top laner of DFM, finds the flash 2-man body slam, and Citrus chases down his counterpart with Karkun picking up the triple.
TP's into the
teleports
base.
Come in, and DFM will take us to a 4.
Oh no,
as the LJL will get their first playoffs win.
Oh, the time is too long, unfortunately, for the Vikings, and DFM, with a brilliant draft, will keep their series and playoff hopes alive.
They certainly do. And unfortunately for the Vikings, they are not done. They have to find another game. It's not coming here. DFM make a series out of this.
And they do what SHG was never able to in the playoffs and secure a game.
Ray Farkey on the Gragas finds the counter pick and makes such good work of it. Had so much more impact than Kratos the entirety of that game, much the same as Citrus and Guri.
A little bit of uncertainty there in the Vikings camp. Oh, Arya looks exhausted, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, clocking off his shift of Annie.
Yeah, it has been a rough road in the LCP playing Annie. Karkun with 30,000 damage.
And Jin, completely worthless.
Oh,
who would have
continues.
thought? Okay, but realistically, DFM's draft isn't like it's not incredible just by looking at the champions themselves, but
they played it incredibly.
They've got a bunch of tanky-esque champions and hard to lock down champions, and Vikings have drafted as close to 0 damage as they possibly could have. Just realistically speaking.
Well, I mean, when your Zed can tank up Curtain Call without a shred of armor, it's problematic.
Well,
and then don't even get started on Ray.
Yeah, Ray played so well this game. He really, really did play so well this game. And yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what the vision was for the Vikings. I have absolutely no idea. But this was, I will say, and it feels harsh, but this was possibly, to me, one of the worst drafts we've seen all year. Where you've drafted Jin, who, again, is an AD carry that just does less damage than most of the others because he spends so much time reloading. He also wants to be more in the back lines, not actually in the face auto-attacking.
Yeah,
and so
he's
usually
essentially an AD caster.
And so usually you do pair him with other champions, like Zyra is a common pairing with him, which Guri does play, right? Guri is one of the 2 players in this league that constantly has Zyra bans against him. You want to play it with long range, where Jin can enable them, and you can continue to play, you know, you have other avenues of damage, essentially. In this game, sure, you know, you go into solo queue, Jax does a lot of damage, and solo queue Trundle might do a lot of damage. In competitive play, the melee champs often aren't doing that much damage, realistically speaking. They're in the front, kiting in and out, trying to find that CC, trying to find the avenue and to blow up whoever's in the front of the team fight. But there is just no damage coming through for the Vikings. And so I think DFM, realizing that, have so much freedom in these fights, and Karkun just unleashes. Look how untouched he is. Kratos jumps on him, and that's it. That's all the threat gone. As soon as Kratos uses Q, there's nothing left for Karkun on the Lucian, and that's what we saw the entire game.
Oh my lord, look at just the auto attacks coming through from Karkun and how much HP Guri loses. Even here, Kratos, they just pass like ships in the night, unfortunately. Has to go golden, and just the damage, the wombo coming out of this DFM combo. Shogun thrown into the sacrificial pit. Another one about to come Karkun's way as he drops the culling for a triple. Arguably one of his best games this year.
I would argue it possibly just straight up was Karkun's best game this year, and it's a game that now means LJ will have at least 1 win in playoffs over the course of 2025, with the potential of more, of course, as Game 3 done and dusted. DFM trying to make a series out of this. We're going to a break. Once we come back from game number 4, will we make it to Silver Scrapes? It's up to DFM. We'll see you there.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside.
Oh!
Wrist, you absolute beast!
不要吃第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Rest is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he? Oh!
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào, thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down from Eddie. The triple comes out yet again, and Bob in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Empress divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯意义的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
The next objective, Maple's going to get jumped off here, and most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. Then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flashes away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì thực sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích off và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải đấu LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, Panda, are we possibly on the verge of the biggest upset we've seen in the LCP so far this split? Because DFM came out in Game 3. It was a slow start, but they were so dominant.
I think it ultimately depends on whether talent gets banned this game, realistically. Have Vikings learnt the lesson about Citrus and his assassin junglers? I think, oh, and we've got Style coming in too. So maybe the shift they need.
I don't think it matters which AD carry plays this game because neither of them can now pick Jhin. So
They can play Israel though.
that is true. Oh, it was just the most uninspired draft I have really seen in a long time. And it's just the problem you don't want to be seeing, especially in Game 3. You know, in Game 5, if the draft looks a little wonky, it's like, okay, well, like, there are 50 champs gone from the pool. It's understandable that it's a bit rough at that stage, but we've just played best of threes all year long. We got to have a better draft than that at that stage.
And in DFM's first best of 5, they've taken one of the 5. They would have to win 2 more and reverse sweep it out the Vikings to keep the hopes alive. And has running his team through the game plan here in Game 4.
All right, fellas, what we're going to look to do here is mind control them to allow us to have exactly what we want and draft no damage.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think even if they do pick the Israel in the bot lane, still somewhat better than the Jin compared to the, you know, in terms of damage output. Mel bot lane, that's it. That's the mind control they need. Get Style to play Mel bot lane, and it's kind of over from there, I think.
Yeah, possibly. I think we've only seen the one now.
Yeah, and it lost unbelievably hard.
Yeah, and then in fact, Talon had to make content about how the team playing it, and I will not name their name on this occasion, had no idea how to use the Mel.
Yeah.
Oh, Corgi was the one that said that.
Yeah.
But DFM, Kaku and that man on your screen there having an absolute lights-out performance on the Lucian, and really showing why so many teams have been banning it against him. So maybe some information they've gathered through scrims of just how well he's performing on the champion at the moment, because he certainly looked very formidable in that last game. Definitely the better of the 280 carries on Game 3.
Vikings with blue side means that DFM have that counter pick. Nico, Poppy, and Vibe. And out in the first rotation. I mean, what have we got left? Wukong, there you go. So we're hitting the jungle hard. Taking out those bruises, which means that Citrus picking up those assassins. Get some more and more value. Nara, I think it's just going to be third ban for DFM.
Azir for Vikings, but maybe Cardi wanting it. Now that they do have blue side themselves.
We've seen the answer to the Azir, though. Pretty consistently.
Yeah, the Vikings pretty happy to pick the Ziggs into it generally. They didn't yesterday, though, interestingly enough. When, was it yesterday? Whenever they versed Talon. Yeah.
It would have been day before. No, it would have been day before yesterday. Because obviously PSG qualified the Worlds yesterday.
You're right, you're right. Yes, it was Friday. Talon versus Vikings.
You know, there you go. So Gwen let through as an option for Kratos.
And now the drafts get a little funky.
Funky like cold Medina.
What will Kratos go for? Azir going to be picked up. Cardi's going to be happy with that. Now, did DFM have the Ziggs in them? Because obviously Vikings...
I mean, Karkun definitely does. We've seen that from him.
That's true.
Arya, I mean, we haven't seen it, but purely because it is so situational and where it's played. You'd have to imagine. The caliber of player that Arya is, he does.
You'd think so. Not the hardest of champs.
No.
Not easy, don't get me wrong, but...
I mean, easy to get wrong, I would argue, more than just hard.
It's got a low skill floor, but a high skill ceiling.
Very much so. Misfortune for Karkun. I'm not sure how I feel about this.
Well, neither, based on the fact that it's the only pick so far.
Oh, just in general, I have been overwhelmingly disappointed with Misfortune this year, at least in the tail end of it. But I will see if the draft supports the bullet time. Well, oh, okay, no. Well, it's been a good run for DFM.
No, I'm willing to give it credit. The Lee Sin is a good pick into the Kiana, unfortunately. But Kiana will be a lot quicker on that first clear. Senna going to be picked up now. It's vulnerable to the Kiana if Citrus is able to play well around it. And right now, in terms of solo queue, Kiana is just one of the apex junglers because, again, similar to the Zed, the wave, the jungle clear is so hard to deal with. The fact that you are just faster onto the map constantly. And Akali locked in for Arya up against Kratos, so some playmaking for sure. We got a bunch of assassins and a random misfortune currently.
Yep.
At least, I mean, I don't hate the misfortune in the sense that while like she thrives with these AoE comps, she's very self-sufficient.
Oh, yeah.
She's one of the most self-sufficient AD carries there is, so I think you can always look at her at that angle too, where, okay, like we don't have these big team fight ultimates. Like Kiana's ultimately is a little bit, but the Misfortune here can just play her own game better than a lot of AD carries are able to.
Could be a Velia Leona ban from DFM. Brom. Yeah, okay, with an Akali and a Kiana shown, Brom much the same.
Yeah, and Rakan gone, which you'd love to have for DFM.
Absolutely.
I mean, Leona really the only melee support left. So
Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank has played.
Yeah, I imagine this is going to be Leona.
You'd think so. I mean, Thresh, but again, not really a champion you see played all that much outside of the Aphelios pick.
Does have the lore battle though. What are they going to go for? Timer ticking.
Jace for Ray.
I mean, it was banned last game against him.
Yep.
And we are dwindling down on that top lane pull now. There is, of course, stuff like the Ornn still available. It's not like we're out of champions up there.
Aatrox, but range versus melee, a little bit dicey.
Aatrox more Kratos.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
For Kratos, as he hasn't shown top lane just yet. Will here. Main supports. Oh, you got the Tom Kench.
Yeah, Tom Center. Timeless Classic.
Nidalee top lane. So it's just going to be Transformers in the top lane. More than meets the eye indeed.
I like that. Last pick to come through, most likely for Seolong.
I mean, there's just no reason not to pick the Time Kench, honestly. I think it gets a lot of value with a Kiana and a Kali already being shown.
2 assassins.
Yeah.
Is it time to unban? No, it's not.
Maokai support. Unless
is
it's
there any way-
Nidalee support and it's Lee Sin jungle Maokai top lane.
Nidalee support is kind of disgusting, but not with a Senna, unfortunately.
No, I think it is just going to be a Maokai support. I'm surprised it's not the Time Kench, honestly. I think it would have given a little bit more.
I mean, admittedly, it's very hard for these assassins to play around Maokai too, for different reasons, obviously. The amount of zone control makes it difficult for the assassins to come in from one way, and that
might just be the first Morgana we've had all year.
I think so, yeah. I don't remember seeing that champion ever. The champion typically isn't that good, but it will do well into what is, I mean, okay.
Kiana with
just
a black shield.
Take stock of the team composition for Vikings here. They have one lockdown CC, and that is Maokai W. That is the only CC they have on their team that's a stun. I guess Senna W, but like...
Yeah,
that's
reliable.
Yeah. Of course there are knockbacks, you know, you can kick someone with Lee Sin, you can ult someone with Azir. But in terms of being able to click on someone and lock them down, it is only the Maokai W.
And when you've got 2 assassins, those targets are a little bit hard. I mean, the Shroud for Akali makes it very hard to lock down. Black Shield onto the Kiana.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is what I actually really like this Morgana pick. Paz has been allowed into the kitchen, and he's come out with a fine Japanese meal.
Oh, it was a Chinese meal in that incident, but it's a shame that he's passed on. That dude has had decades of internet content.
He has. Prestige KDA, Prestige Misfortune. I mean...
Muay Thai Lee Sin.
I'm going to have to give it to DFM, but Maokai is making me feel bad saying it.
Yeah, but it's a support Maokai, so it's not quite as... It's not going to be doing damage, that's for sure.
Yeah, I also would hate to be Maokai support into Morgana. Yeah. I will say, off the back of this Morgana ending up coming through as the red side 5th pick, you really wish your AD carry was Caitlyn.
Oh, yeah. Traps and traps.
Kratos and Ray, the hybrid top laners. Much more success out of the Jace in comparison to the Nidalee in general.
What was the TFT trait that they had? It was Shapeshifters. There you go. Shapeshifters in the top.
Shyvana was one of them.
Yeah. Phenomenal New Zealand band, the Shapeshifters.
Yeah. Hard lane phase for Arya in general, but it's just typical Akali. Rough lane phase, skirmishes favoring her. And man, what a storyline it would be to see DFM win this game and take us to a fifth.
Oh, yeah. LJL's first silver scrapes of 2025.
Great start early on here for Vikings. Heal going to be used though, as DFM gone very aggressive.
Starlin's taking some big damage. It is going to be a little rough for Sulong to utilize that passive to any meaningful effect. As soon as he goes up to try and proc it, chance there he's just losing that HP anyway.
Flash
oh, wow.
Finds it straight onto Style with the flash there for him. Kakun no longer with it. One more all attack and the first blood down the bot lane. The 2v2 going the way of Harp and Kakun.
Big brain plays.
Yeah, I mean, Sealong starting E to find a bit of poke damage on the Maokai, but unfortunately it means he is completely worthless in a 2v2.
The Bramble Smash. I mean, look, to be fair, you're hoping the lane's not going that way.
Oh, nice job by Kakun, realizing, wow.
Oh, okay, yeah, now you've got the W.
A little bit slow on the Black Shield, unfortunately, but I don't think Harp's allowed to recall in this bush.
Oh, that was foreshadowing. We saw the sapling going down. It was a brilliant play. I mean, Harp flashing to land the root.
Sealong literally cannot do anything.
No.
He's got sapling level 1, so he's sitting there trying to punch Kakun's head in, doing, honestly, healing the misfortune at this point. At any point. Yeah, unfortunately for him.
Oh, Harp, he's doing it again.
I just find Morgana, especially more so than Lux, when you land like a max range Q, it reminds me of that Stephen Curry at the moon shooting towards the earth meme, you know the one?
Yeah.
Arya and Cardi going at it in the mid lane. Gonna be Guri joining them. Q will go wide. Citrus in the area too.
At the moment, Gary doing a good job. Is slightly ahead.
Yeah, getting 2 scuttle crabs for himself.
Trying to cut Citrus off at the pass. Oh, my lord.
Someone who's not doing so well. Although teleport already used by Ray and hasn't been used from Kratos, so he's going to be able to come back, get this wave for himself, as Ray will have to head back home again. A lot of pings coming down on the summoners that have been used.
Oh, Lord, okay. Arya's created a bit of a CS lead in the mid lane.
What happened up top? Just Ray finding a slow there on the Q on minions.
Yeah.
Able to chase down this Nidalee.
Bonkin with that hammer. Oh,
one mortal attack would have done it. Good look out of Ray.
Sheen first for Kratos. Looking for that little bit of extra damage. Oh, Style.
Oh, Guri's down here. Harp's going to go down.
Yeah.
I don't see any way out for him. Maybe even Karkun too. His flash not available on this misfortune. Harp going to turn around, give his life. Q connects from Guri. Can he find even more? The flash forward, see along Bramble Smash, and unfortunately gives a taxi to Karkun out.
Yeah. Rough for Harp, but I mean, not the end of the world.
Guri being a lot more proactive on the map than Citrus thus far. It is a really good jungle matchup. You can find that true sight on the Kiana. You also just are such a strong dueling jungler on that Lee Sin, especially in the early stage of the game.
Yep. He has just been a monster. Long, it's not less so recently, the Lee Sin, but for a good long while. Oh, Kratos.
Yeah, historically, absolutely. Ward there, though. Kratos is aware and very nimble on the Nidalee.
6 for Cardi. Does have that Streamer Shuffle available. Arya not quite there just yet. Should just about... Yeah, no, she definitely hits it here. But he's going to let the wave push in towards his side of the river.
That's that perfect execution now. Both supports arrive in the mid lane.
Oh, Harp. No flash. Great dodge.
Remaining nimble on Morgana. Oh! Arya! Arya!
Oh!
Flashes away from the Streamer Shuffle.
What a binding from Harp.
Yeah, unfortunately though, nothing fouled. It's just a loss of that ultimate and flash for Arya. ultimate of Cardi used, but not having to expend the flash gives him an advantage now in that middle lane. I like to see the passion, though. The raw passion out of Ari to find that. Now flash forward, see along. He's in the spot.
Oh, the shuriken lands.
Yep, does get caught.
Nice play there from Citrus to inject some more cash into the team. But Guri looking, the dodge.
Yeah, level 6 is 5. If that Q lands, I think Citrus in a very rough position.
For sure.
Seemingly Ray is too.
Yeah, the Sheen value for Kratos is pretty big already. I'm going to shove in this wave down to the bot lane. I want to bounce it. Get that recall off the Karkun. All right.
Clears out another wave. Now looking for that recall with teleport up and available for himself. Gold lead even, despite the kill advantage for DFM. Importantly though, Akali at this stage of the game is already ahead of the Azir. So skirmishes, if everyone comes in even, should favor DFM with the double assassin lineup. Of course, a big difference maker can be this Lee Sin.
Absolutely. I mean, if they can get onto Karkun, nullify some of that bullet time, then it becomes a little bit problematic. Harp, unfortunately, suffering as supports tend to. Level 4. Guri looking to start up. The Grubs will take the first. You can see Citrus on his way. So it may just be a case of take the first and look to back off, but he's holding the smite, so they should get at least 2.
Yeah. Have complete priority over this area of the map. Citrus walks into a sapling and Style in the area too, finds another stack for himself. Teleport being used here. Nice stun, lands onto 2, and in comes Ray, in comes the bullet time. And that's the feat of warfare. And one of the most fun things about these assassins is how explosive moments like that can occur. It looked like, okay, Vikings got 2, they're going to run it out, and no, Citrus, without the flash, is able to close that gap, gets the ultimate down, gets a double stun, gets a kill.
Oh, and Guri.
Guri walks back into his jungle. Bewildering. DFM, once again, in a commanding position, but Citrus no flash now, does manage to get over the wall. Kratos going to follow it with his flash, and Citrus will go down on the backside of the play. Both junglers overstaying a little bit too much in the exact same quadrant of the jungle.
Very much so. But one of the biggest value bullet times I think we've seen in a good long while.
Oh,
and yeah, literally clips Guri's heel. Shilong can do naught but go even deeper.
It's a good find here. I don't know what catches out Guri. I mean, he's just doing his gromp and it's very low.
Just has all his HP.
No ward up, I guess, so couldn't hop out. Finds it.
Oh, they're doing it again.
They found the kill onto Diddley. They're so good. They find the kill onto Guri in the jungle, and Citrus starts celebrating. While someone yells, "There's people coming! There's people coming!" and is like back to business and dies.
Yeah, he's quickly becoming one of my favorite characters.
Oh, he's such a character.
Oh no!
Oh dear. The binding goes well wide, but yeah, I mean Kratos just using the flash. Arya up here, perfect execution rather. Not used to seeing the Akali nearly as much as the Ambassador, but able to get the ult there, and Arya gets himself a second. And I mean, DFM, they are in a really good position here. Ghost forward for Harp. Ooh, fancy Fidel style.
Yep. Bloodthirster really coming together for Karkun. He's got 22 stacks to go on that cult. Here's himself a gold lead plus the 2 kills.
And if you had have came in today and told me that DFM were going to be in a position to take Vikings to a 5th game, I would not have believed you for a second.
No, not
that is where we find ourselves, and of course they've got to convert, but in a commanding position. Citrus activating on the map, and Arya very much so as well.
Oh, yeah, Ray's starting to do more than just tickle.
I like how Vikings went from the angle of, all right, let's build a comp with no damage to, all right, let's build a comp with no CC.
Yeah.
Just knockbacks like this. Arya going to use that ultimate now, gets himself into the
Oh
crowd.
my god.
He gets on out of there. Yeah,
That
it's
is
always going to be hard to dive in Akali at this level.
That is one of those hand off mouse and keyboard, take a breath moments for Vikings. Oh, nice little golf clap there from the audience. Whoa, Harp is a little deep. Does have the Black Shield.
Yeah, Black Shield going to be able to keep him up. At least stop him from being CC'd.
Oh, I can't believe Arya did that.
A little bit of styling.
Ankle breaking. I need to look for a brace for Cardi and Guri there. It's definitely some minor ligament tearing at least. I swear I heard a tendon pop.
Next objective, Rift Hero 2 minutes. Of course, the scaling is going to be in favor of Vikings. So as long as this game doesn't get too far out of control, they are in an okay position.
Absolutely, bloodthirsty done.
But
the problem being is Arya is having a ripper of a game.
Yeah, and they have the tools to just force fights as well.
Absolutely. Oh,
my lordy lord!
It was Harp curving the cosmic bindings earlier. Now it's Karkun with the double ups.
Teleport coming down on the bot side. Harp's there. 3v3. If this were to break
Oh.
out. Nice binding out of Harp, and they've turned it around completely onto Guri. Locked down, and Cardi trying to come in. Emperor's Divide's there, but not going to connect onto Harp, and he's going to get locked down. Here comes the Nature's Grasp. Is it going to be enough?
Bullet time, bullet time, bullet time.
Landing. Karkun's here. The bullet time not going to come out yet. He's CC'd. The Q lands from Guri, but not got the confidence to go back in as Sealong does get that heal through from Nidalee and has just slided away from Arya. Execution online. Q lands from Guri. He's trading back a lot of damage. The heal's going to be there for this Nidalee.
I think it was the first ever max range proto belt kill that I've seen. That was
another win for DFM.
Exactly what DFM wanted.
Yeah, Cardi completely sends it. I mean, I like the idea, but just wholly outplayed by Harp.
Absolutely. And Harp is just so very much my MVP at this stage if DFM win the series. You just look at, I mean, yeah, Black Shield onto Ray, gets away from that Emperor's Divide. Then Karkun comes in and starts wailing away. Yeah, this has to be max range proto belt.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, that is on the outer limits of how Arya gets that kill.
Going to get the kill either way, but yeah, Arya picking up from South again. I think it's his third.
Yep.
3-7 the kill score, 3k gold almost. I mean, 2.5 if you will, in favor of DFM. All the tools to pick one person and blow them up.
Absolutely, and a lot to go forward. 2 Yumus, a proto belt.
Oh yeah, Ray the full damage Jace.
Yeah. The only Jace, the true Jace, as it were. Arya, it's needlessly large rod in the inventory.
Yeah, interested to see what he goes for. I imagine Shadow Flame.
Yeah. Oh, fast feet, fancy feet. Oh, and Harp hits another one.
Arya not likely to be able to take down the Nidalee, especially with the healing in the kit. As Cardi starts up on this Rift Hero, the rest of Vikings can be there. DFM, will they look to contest? Ultimate available here for everyone on the Rift. Sure, we're going to take it pretty low. Citrus is going to be able to get to the objective. Will he be able to get the objective? Absolutely not. Great smite from Guri, but Guri might just go down there after. Very low, still surviving. Nature's Grasp keeping up.
Oh,
And unfortunately, Citrus falls first. Guri able to capitalize it, execute through from that Sonic Wave. And now Ray Farki in a spot of bother, and he's going to get taken out too. There's 2 quick kills coming back the way of the Vikings with the Rift Herald as well.
A little bit of an overestimation of their stance in the game. Could have been an avenue back in, but yeah, just not the positioning needed. In saying that, I mean, Karkin's still having a pretty phenomenal game for himself. And these saplings, while, I mean, look, not an ideal companion or counterpart to the Morgana in lane, is definitely getting a lot of value. Oh, how does Guri hit that on the fadeaway? And then poor Ray left to it. There's just nothing the team can do to come in and assist.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous.
Oh, holy cow. So we are 17 minutes in, 35 stacks.
That, yeah.
I think that's the bleakest numbers we've seen on Ascena so far this year.
It's very hard for Ascena to auto-attack any of these champs.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. There's Dragon, number 2, being started by DFM, but contested by Vikings, and they're giving over the pressure. Citrus, though, gets it. Gets it and sprints on out. Lose the tower for their troubles, but another slight win for DFM. Gold lead now in favor of Vikings off the back of the tower, though. Again, very slight and very insignificant.
Yeah, I think you're quite happy with the 1,000 gold lead you still got in favor of Karkin and the distinct lack of stacks for style.
This might be the worst Misfortune build I have seen in my life.
Yeah, it's odd.
Wait.
Oh, and he's dead.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what?
And in fact...
Oh, he sniped Redemption.
In fact, I believe this Misfortune build just got him killed because he wanted to play aggressively around the rapid fire proc. Teleport's now coming into the mid lane. It's 4v5, of course. Style very low on mana and health, though, so it's not a true 4v5 if a fight were to break out. Clean's going to be used from C along just to recycle that flash.
Execute the cull, not the cull, the
Executioner's call.
Executioner's calling. Yeah, picked it up now. I don't know why I jumped the step. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I get it. It's hard for him to find access, similar to Style, but the thing Misfortune has is you can just use ult. Right? You don't really need to find all that much access. You need to play back safe and away from all the drama. But unfortunately, picking up that rapid fire cannon, goes in for that rapid fire proc and just gets completely deleted off the back of a W landing from Style, capitalized upon by Guri.
Yeah, Zip's Fang done for for Citrus rather. I don't know, the game feels in a very odd state. Oh.
Haven't used that heal. Getting some good chunks of damage on this mid tower are the Vikings.
Yeah, Cardi is hitting harder and harder.
Unfortunately, when you have a bunch of assassins, they do struggle at clearing waves. Their only real wave clear this game, without getting melee range, is Misfortune ult.
It is far from what you're wanting to do. And it feels like we're almost hitting a turning point for DFM, unfortunately.
Yeah. It feels like the pendulum has swung while the gold has stayed even. The proactive plays have stopped.
Lord. 5 stacks in 3 minutes. So it is a slow burn for Style.
Harp just use heal. I think so.
Yeah, I think he's trying to cycle into something else, potentially the exhaust.
I believe he started the game with heal though, so not necessarily how it works.
Yeah, I don't know.
Guri going to be able to find Ray Farki here, and Ray's going to lose his flash for the trouble, and ultimate through from Senna. Great dodging, but just not got that survivability with this full damage Jace to live. There's another kill going the way of the Vikings as they look to put the nail in the coffin on the series. Still a lot to play for, but slowly but surely, they bought that gold lead back and now find one for themselves. Aria waiting there is going to be fouled.
Oh.
Perfect execution available. Guri's going to flash away.
Yeah, look, not far from the be-all and end-all, and there's that wave clear you were talking about. But Karkin, Black Shield stops the route from connecting. Dragon 90 seconds away. I don't know, this game, yeah, feels in a very odd space.
The wheels of the bus have seemingly stopped going round and round.
And they're actually moving laterally from side to side.
Well, it feels like they're punctured a little bit. Arakan available, no misfortune ult for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, having driven here so many times this year, it is about a 2-hour drive. I've seen vehicles with punctured tires still driving on the motorway. So it may not necessarily stop it. It will slow it down, make it a lot harder to control, but it certainly doesn't stop it if New Zealand roads are anything to go by.
Not a slow-paced game by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly...
Feels like it is.
Yeah, well, it's just at this stage, you get to this point of the game, any one fight can be that tipping point. That really just blows open the game and decides whether or not we go to a fifth.
Yeah, it's... I don't know. It's a weird one. It is for sure a weird one. Last whisper now for Karkun, so he is going to be well tearing through. Unfortunately, it just delays that Infinity Edge even longer. You see it even in the damage. Not able to clear out those minions with the one auto attack.
Yeah, Harp using that ghost, trying to find a Q onto style, but good sidestep. Getting caught by that dark.
Oh, okay.
Oh my. Nice poke of damage from Ray. Guri looking aggressively. That's the Nature's Grass coming through. He's going to be able to put down that sapling. Ultimate from Senna as well. We saw Last Dragon stolen away from Citrus. Can he do it again? Down to 4k HP on this Hextech Dragon. Guri trying to go forward. Does not connect on that ultimate. And Citrus not going to find a way in. Kratos as well. Playing perfectly around the outside. Jumping away from Citrus as he goes forward. Harp low on this Morgana. Has that redemption heal coming through as they look to turn it around. The slow's there. Sealong's going to have to flash away. Empress Divide comes out. And so does that supreme display of talent as Arya is going to try and be that difference maker against the Shroud. Oh! Arya finds the double. Harp's going to get the lockdown as the third comes through for the side of DFM. Onto the wall.
Oh my God!
Arya, you absolute beast! Finds himself the triple. They'll get the Arakan, and DFM look to take us to a fifth.
Oh, the man is absolutely a song, and he is singing hard. That Akali was so clean, so crisp, and it has just completely routed the Vikings.
The Arakan will be picked up here by Citrus. They lose the dragon, but they get everything
My
else.
God, the balls on this man to just go. Bullet time down, Silong. You look at the damage he's taken. They get the stun through. Black Shield is going to stop Arya from getting rooted. He just sends it off the Shuriken onto Cardi. Executes him into the Shroud. Executes Silong into the Dragon Pit. They know he's there, or they hopefully did, because there was a ward. Black Shield over Shuriken lands. Boom. A triple for Arya on his Akali. 6-0 now.
And putting himself in the position to take us to a fifth. Arya, time and time again, has been the X factor for the squad, and he looks to be that exactly here when it matters most.
I mean, he has definitely been that in the past in games where it felt like they were going to lose. Think back to the likes of the Chiefs in those early days. Brings out the Yasuo, puts the team on his shoulders. This time it's his Akali against a far greater opponent.
And a series that coming into today, I would have said would be a 3-0 in favor of Vikings. In fact, I did say it would
Several
be.
times.
It's Arya, Harp as well, trying to bring us to a fifth. Now, it's not done. Again, you still got to close it out. And they were this far ahead earlier on in the game. Vikings brought it back once before. There's no reason why they couldn't do it again.
Absolutely. What a reminder now done for Karkun. So, what armor there was is essentially nil. That healing cut as well. But all it takes is one. Yeah. All it takes is one great Emperor's Divide from Cardi. One good resonating strike from Guri. And it could completely turn this game again.
For sure.
Oh,
Harp's going to get jumped on. That's the Sonic Wave. Kratos now in the area alongside Ray. Bone plating gone from the Azir. Arya, all the while, just pushing away at that top side, is going to be able to come and join his team in the near future. Has that teleport to do so if he needs to immediately. Guri coming out on the backside. Guri! Oh, Guri finds a two-man! That's going to be Harp going down if he chooses to use the Sonic Wave, but will not. Arya now goes golden in the middle of the team fight. That's the Sandcastle put up as well to stop the further progress from DFM, and that's the mid tower going down.
Absolutely.
No kills.
Oh, the best of a bad situation, I think, for DFM. They do, unfortunately, not have the Seekers now on Arya, but I don't think that's going to be the absolute collapsing point for the team.
No, but definitely that utility in the team fight can be so important. I mean, if he didn't have it there, he would have just been taken out. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Citrus? There we go. Unfortunately, Hart using their ultimate. See along getting the blast cone out. Soul Shackle's now gone.
I mean, it's making some good progress. Yes, Vision on top of Vision. To be fair, I suppose no one is expecting you to put a ward on top of a crab because you've already got Vision there, so not the worst idea. They are hunting for Karkun right now. Hunting for an avenue in. There's a great ward there too. So they know he's just pushing up here.
A lot of vision control for the Vikings. Looking to start up on this dragon. Completely uninterested DFM. It's going to be the second of the game. And not the most viable of win conditions here in game 4.
Oh, Sonya's is just straight done for Arya.
Claiming the dragon.
Cardi takes some big damage from Ray. Has got his pen item on board as well.
Keep eyes on Arya. Will completely delete style if given half an opportunity.
Blood Leader's now done as well for Cardi, so I mean he's going to get a lot of value the longer he's up in these team fights.
Kratos just staying in these side lanes, working towards a hull breaker.
I think that is just potentially going to be the clearest of win conditions for the Vikings, is just having those side lanes controlled. Oh, Ray's being connected on.
Yeah, not the ideal target though for Guri. With that flash, it can be that Guri uses someone else as that taxi forward. Binding misses.
Oh!
And Citrus flashes forward, lands a two-man stun, but no one else able to follow up on it. He's dead. A lapse of judgment out of the jungle here of DFM. Goes for an aggressive play, not able to find it. Does trade flash for flash, will Harp. His style flashing away from that dark binding here. Baron on the cards possibly for the Vikings, and Arya and Co with a lot to do to stop it.
I mean, vision control, you've still got the bullet time up and available for Karkun.
Yeah, it's not the clearest of deals here for the Vikings, as Guri happily tanking out the pit for now, but Arya's going in.
My lord!
Oh my lord, the damage coming out of Arya. He does have the ability to go gold and not going to do it yet. He does pull the trigger on that perfect execution, but unfortunately it's Harp that goes down first. Bullet time, not going to find all that much. Is down will go Arya. Down will go Karkun. Actually, no, Karkun's still fully HP. Can he stop it himself? How long until Citrus is up? He's almost there, but Karkun going to head to the mid lane. Not interested in looking to stop this, and unfortunately DFM not finding their mark. And Citrus goes way too aggressive in the mid lane.
Yeah. Pretty criminal oversight, unfortunately. They don't even get the mid tier 1, unfortunately. They're looking for the bot tier 1. Yeah, okay, so the bot tier 1 is very low. But yeah, I don't know what the game plan was. There was no follow-up in the vicinity. They were just too far away. The Nature's Grasp as well comes through. Unfortunately, Citrus just losing his mind a little. The flash forward looking for the route onto style. I mean, it looks like a really good shout in from Arya as he sends it on.
Yeah, the amount of damage that comes down immediately onto Cardi. We'll see it in just a moment. Like, look at that.
The Emperor's Divide just hits nothing because he's panicking.
But it was C-Long. It was C-Long that stopped Arya entirely.
Yeah, just no Zhonya's. Out of Arya just does not have the time to do it, unfortunately.
Man, this is the second time this game that DFM from a leading position have given that back over to the Vikings.
Oh, look at it.
Yeah, the scaling in favor of the VCS representatives. You can't afford to be doing that.
Infinity Edge now done for Karkun. So that bullet time is going to be ripping into... Okay, so it's an Overlords.
Oh.
For Kratos.
Wow, interesting. Harp. A little worried there on the top side.
Cardi is not there.
Yeah. Yeah, Cardi on the bot side. I mean, DFM very well aware of it. Arya's looking for him, though. Cardi has to be careful around this Akali. While he does scale well in these team fights, will almost always lose out in that 1v1.
Yeah.
Does have Seekers for himself, though, for a little bit of utility against the Akali. And Arya, 6-1-1.
Nature's Grasp, that's damage.
It's just going to be used to secure this tower, as the bot lane was secured from Cardi as well. So 2 towers going down through this parent timer. Citrus a little bit more hesitant now, justifiably so, popping the U-moves, looking for something. Style, no flash on the center. If he is stunned up, if he does get caught by any CC, he is made of absolute paper. DFM instead now headed towards this mid tower, will be able to take it down.
Dragon is 20 seconds out. So if they can establish that control, maybe they'll take this to themselves, deny that soul point from the Vikings. It's crazy. I mean, we knew it. Unfortunately, just the vision not there for DFM, but the supreme display of skill, if it had gone into that wall, would have clipped 3. Now, Dragon Dance.
DFM first to it this time. Nature's Grasp coming up off cooldown. C-Long going to pull it immediately as it does. Still Dragon taken by Citrus. Guri in the pit though. Nature's Grasp coming down. Who's going to block it up? Arya is, both Arya and Citrus hit by it. The Redemption comes down. They're trying to look for something. Guri going to get jumped on by that perfect execution. Nice ultimate here through the Azir as Kratos on the top side able to find one, but he's going to get shut down. Karkun gets that kill. Low health bars. Low health bars. As Cardi going in, pulls the trigger, gets 1 for 1. Karkun in exchange for the mid laner here as Arya lands that shuriken, but does he have that confidence to go forward? No, but Guri certainly does. Citrus dodging away from that Q. It is going to be that twisted advance coming through from... Oh, the shuriken, Arya. No, it runs out throughout the duration of the Zhonyas, and it's going to be the 4 for 2 in favor of the Vikings, but Dragon going the way of DFM.
Yeah, I mean, it looked at multiple points this game like DFM had it in the bag, and then just one play sends it wanting, and a team that is lacking pretty significantly in CC still managing to do a great job of controlling these assassins. Dragon secured. All it does is clip Kratos on the top side, so the stun just a little off the money. If they'd held it, like, this becomes an insanely dicey fight for the Vikings. Oh, and Kratos just comes in, finishes off Harp. He falls to Karkun. Look at how low Guri is. That Guardian was so nearly procced so many times. Oh, this is a rough, bleak situation for DFM and LJL fans.
And Citrus, some great dodge. Just an advance though, point and click ability. Unfortunately, as Arya would have loved to have utilized that shuriken to take down Style, which he probably would have in one shot.
That's a bit better.
Able to do so, but yeah, Guri knocked up. Redemption coming through, tops his health up a little bit, but flashing away from that dark binding.
Still so hard to call which way this one might ultimately tip. 3.3k gold lead in the jungle. Guri is just playing out of his mind right now to get this all done. Infinity Edge for Style, more finished up as well.
A bit of survivability up against that burst through the Akali. Won't help him at all against Misfortune or Kiana. And even the Jace, who in his own right is an assassin at this point.
Yeah, a bit rough. Black Cleaver value would have been through the roof this game, but no one really wants to pick it up. The DFM.
Baron 20 seconds away. The scaling, it has to be said, does favor Vikings, but still, all it takes is one mistake.
Well, we're about to tip 100 stacks for Style at 36 minutes in.
Yeah, very slow. Very, very,
There we go.
slow.
He's at 100. Oh, there's something so depressing about seeing a max range Nidalee Sphere doing all of 50 damage. They hit Bind Kratos!
Yeah, the binding lands on the Kratos. He's locked down the flash away, but Soul Shackle's not going to be able to finish him off as Harp takes so much damage from Cardi. Playing tower defense there. And Kratos on the Nidalee is going to have all the healing he needs, especially with that center in the back pocket. And now DFM, they utilized a lot there. Morgana ult, Misfortune ult, all down. Baron being started up by DFM. Arya being marked by Kratos. Karkun taking so much damage, and Karkun's dead. Karkun's been found. Karkun's been locked down in Harp. Teleports back to an absolute destruction as the Vikings will be able to march on forward. Citrus and Harp doing what they can to get away.
Oh.
Arya's down on the left-hand side of your screen. And the Vikings, it was far from a clean affair. But they will guarantee one VCS team will be headed to Da Nang, will be headed to the World Championship, as in 4 they take down DFM.
Oh, it looked like this was going to 5. Arya's Akali was doing so much, but unfortunately a couple of wayward fights. It slips from the hands of DFM. And from here on out, it can only be the VCS going as that third team.
Absolutely, the Vikings, they get this one across the line. But if they want to be that team representing the region, there is a lot for them to improve on between now and Friday, because this is a series that they should be able to come in 3-0. And if I'm honest, I think if Team Secret Wales were here, I think if GARM were here, it would have been a 3-0. But the drafting left so much to be desired. And they do eventually get it done, sure. But a lot of mistakes to shore up on, as DFM, unfortunately for them, their 2025 LCP season comes to an end. An exciting end nonetheless, and this team was an absolute joy to watch.
But it has to be said, it has to be acknowledged. They battle their demons through the year. They take down SHG not once but twice to secure themselves their first playoffs, and they do what SHG were unable to and take a game in playoffs. So, I mean, even though their run for the year ends here, they end it very much on a high, representing LJ Old Pride.
Yeah, I think looking towards next year, there is certain growth between the LJL teams. I think both of them ultimately have leveled up throughout the duration of the year, and I think, you know, you've got a long off-season. You've got a lot of things you can do, whether it be find, you know, avenues in the roster, because does Karkun want to continue being an AD carry? I certainly hope he does, because he's been looking better and better as the years progressed. But you've got a long off-season to shore up on some of these mistakes. I mean, essentially between now and what I imagine will be January, though I don't know the dates, is essentially how long they have to keep improving. And between SHG and DFM, you know, a lot of scrims can happen, a lot of improvement can be had. So I really do hope to see this team come back and start off as strong, if not stronger, than they finished.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, Ray, yeah, it has to be said, he also somewhat battling his demons throughout the start of this year, looking a lot better on the tail end, had some really, really solid showings, especially in this series. I mean, his Jace, for the most part, in the early game was doing a lot. An absolute monstrous effort for him into Kratos, who is no slouch in the top.
Absolutely. I mean, his Gragas was so pivotal for them to take that win in Game 3. His Cassante in the first game, while eventually it looked a little rough around the edges, it started off by solo killing out his lane opponent in Kratos. It's been a great series from him. It's been a great finish to the year for him too. So, I mean, this DFM roster, as you said, unfortunately the year's over for them, but they should be very, very proud of how they carried themselves and how things have gone for them.
Yeah, and I mean, things did get dicey at several different occasions throughout this series, but I mean, look at it, Guri. Consistently finding those ways to just turn about on a dime and make these plays into successes for this Vikings roster. He even gets a style point take of the flower. And I mean, yeah, look, absolutely played a series unlike any he's played this year.
Yeah, definitely a good series out of him. Even in the game they lost right on the trundle, it's not really his fault that things went that way. I think that was a massive problem when it came to the drafting. And even so, on the trundle, played perfectly fine for himself. So, player of the match for Guri, well deserved. And as I said, looking forward here for the Vikings, there is a lot for them to do. If they want to be the team that represents the VCS, that represents the LCP.
Oh, he's got his coffee milk. He's happy.
There's a lot of work for the Vikings to do. I mean, to take down Team Secret Wales as well. I think if they come and look like this, they're probably not going to be able to do it.
No.
There's a week between now and then. There's a lot they can review of how the Team Secret Wales were kind of fraud-checked, if you will, by CFO. And I mean, CFO looked rough in the Team Secret Wales series, but Team Secret Wales ultimately did take another game away from them. So Team Secret Wales are a scary team to be going up against. Garm, much the same.
Absolutely.
A lot of work between now and then, but it's I mean, work you can imagine they'll find, because this team gets so creative. Yeah, that's
oh, Citrus. Yeah, he's absolutely quality. Oh, this was so clean by Guri. Just the redemption into the resonating strike. Boom. Finishes off Citrus. Jumps back in. He's about to go and, yeah, gets himself a flower for good measure. Another sonic wave into resonating strike. I mean, he was all of 50 HP in that fight. This was the real moment where it looked like surely DFM were going to be able to take this. Shuriken in. Arya finds himself just everything he could possibly want. 1-2. Walks himself into the pit. Finds the Shuriken onto style as well. Oh, he just makes it look so good.
Only just. Yeah, unfortunately for DFM, I mean, this game many times looked like it was in a position they should be able to win. This was kind of the last turning point, unfortunately.
Yeah, just too much separation for DFM. Citrus goes in, the rest of the team is just not on his shoulder where they need to be. He's had to commit so deeply just to get in. And unfortunately, the misfortune just does not quite do the damage it needs to in these team fights. The build path a little bit odd.
I mean, by this stage was
largely irrelevant.
But yeah, you had the 4 items that you would have at 4 items anyway.
But definitely, I mean, the Black Cleaver value, definitely noticeable, I think, this game. Just having even less armor to get through, the value is immense.
Yeah, and Kratos as well.
Kind of an unsung hero this game. Like, a lot of what he did was unnoticed because he was in the side lanes controlling them, but when he was there, when we saw him, he was just...
Yeah, he finished like 9-2 or something like that.
Yeah.
He had a very impressive scoreline and found that impact. Even not necessarily just the kills, but times where his teammates are getting low and he finds an avenue in while he's on low HP to get that heal off that stops, you know, a snowball possibly coming through.
And the catch under Karkun. This is what did it.
One singular W out of center. Barely any CC, but if you land the small amount you do have,
then it really counts. And then Kratos, yeah, 1v1s Arya on the side screen with Style coming in to help. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that game goes any differently without a Kiana, but it certainly doesn't go nearly as cleanly as it did when it did go cleanly without the Kiana.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Citrus definitely making that Kiana pick justified, I think, in this one. Unfortunately, falling short, DFM. 3-1 in the series. It's the first game in playoffs that LJL got this entire year, and it was a very well-played series ultimately from DFM. A step above where I expected them to be coming in. And again, just so excited to see them next year at this. I was about to say split. No, not split anymore. Next year. But the Vikings, they do get the win, and they will continue to fight in this lower bracket up against Team Secret Wales.
4 teams effectively left. Yeah, so I was right.
Oh, so it's just based on seeding heading in?
They just run the gauntlet. I was correct. You had me second guessing myself, so do. They run the gauntlet.
It is an odd...
It is a bit different, but there are now only the 5 teams remaining in the competition. Yep. Going into the start of, obviously, next weekend, we will whittle those numbers down even further.
Friday, Team Secret Wales going up against the Vikings. Team Secret Wales off the back of a loss to CFO. Not really that bad. Like you're not feeling that hard done by when that's the case, and ultimately you're probably feeling a bit confident with how on the ropes CFO were in that series. But for Vikings, as I've said a couple of times now, I think they have to make some adjustments going into that series, because in their current form, I don't see them being able to take that win.
Yeah, I mean, arguably, I think Team Secret Wales probably feels a little bit hard done by. Like, they really were in such a strong position to take that, that first spot at Worlds for the region, beating CFO. But unfortunately, CFO continue to find their way back into it in these crunch moments when it truly counts.
Absolutely, but ladies and gentlemen, we are done for the week. Thank you so much for joining us once again. I have to bid a farewell to DFM, unfortunately falling short today. They are the first team eliminated from playoffs contention. But for the Vikings, it's a big one on Friday up against Team Secret Wales. I cannot wait to see you there.
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be. Do you remember 22? I was going on my own and just trying to lose you. But that night you called, you said